Okay, we did some underwater gathering. I'm done with that now. So we got ending 1. And then we'll explore our navs, I think. I think it's a good point to start at, right? Thank you for the 85 stream streak, Corky. Appreciate you. Okay, bear with me on the voices. I'll see how far I can go. How well it goes. You can do the spacebar hold. Wait, do you have it with every game, Allie? Okay, discovering the mermaids of Issei Bay, Arnav Barnum. Arnav Barnum, a cheerful fantasy author, sets off on a trip to visit the mermaid legends of Issei Bay with his relative, Searchy Lunarlight, as his guide. Date unknown, August 1980 something. Morning, Kawage Town, Nakabeppo Coast. After much hustle and bustle, we finally managed to make our way to Issei Bay. Nice. Take it all in now. We're standing on the coast of Nakabeppo in the Mie Prefecture's Kawage Town. Which means this is the Sea of Issei, the connection to the eternal world. How amazing. Indeed it is. Come, Searchy. Henceforth begins our grand adventure in search of the legendary mermaids of Issei Bay. How amazing. I just can't stop saying it. Wait, wasn't she British? Maybe we should make her British. I cannot do British accents, by the way. I'm a disaster with British accents. Without further ado, my name is Arnav Barnum, an American-born fantasy author. Please call me Avi. Who are you introducing yourself to? Weirdo? Oh, well, I simply thought a new beginning called for a little dramatic flair, you know? Sure. I think she's supposed to be British, if I remember correctly. With that out of the way, perhaps my darling guide can provide some insight into the goings-on of this locale? Sure, I've got you covered. Kawage Town might be located right next to Mie Prefecture's modern capital, Tsu City, but there's something you have to keep in mind. This was also the birthplace of the Heiki, a branch of the Heian period's preeminent Taira clan. If you're going to talk about Issei Province, then you absolutely have to mention the Heiki. I do have a passing understanding of the topic. The Heiki took part in the Genpei War, correct? That's right. That was the war in the Heian period where two great samurai families, the Minamoto and the Taira, locked horns and really got into it. Among the Heiki, Taira no Kiyomori was a particularly famous figure who appears in many creative works concerning the event. His father, Taira no Tadamori, was the one responsible for securing the Heiki's high social standing. So Tadamori was Kiyomori's father, right? With names like that, how can anyone hope to keep them straight? That's history for you. I'm afraid you just have to memorize them. I suppose you're right about that. Then memorize them I shall! Apparently, Tadamori was born in Tsu City in a place called Ubushina. Ah, so that's why they call this area the birthplace of the Heiki. Tsu City, a city located in the center of the Issei Plain, the capital of the Mie Prefecture. Previously known as a Natsu, Tsu City has served as a port town since the Heian period, after which it continued to flourish as an important port city for Japan. Tsu City is also known as the birthplace of the Heiki. The Ubushina area and its suburbs is said to be where Taira no Kiyomori's father, Taira no Tadamori, was born. I'm with you, Avi. I can't keep them apart either. I don't have a lot else to see here. I've put together an assortment of files concerning the Heiki, so feel free to give them a look if you're interested. You have my heartfelt gratitude. We got more files. Taira no Tadamori. Taira no Tadamori, the father of Taira no Kiyomori, an influential figure of the Heian period, was the man responsible for solidifying the social standing of the Issei Taira clan, and was notable for being the first samurai permitted to enter the imperial court. Okay, that's a lot lot of stuff. The Mermaids of Betsuho. One time when Tadamori was visiting Betsuho in Ise province, 3 creatures with the heads of humans, the lips of monkeys, and the teeth and bodies of fish were caught in the local fishermen's nets. Dubbing these creatures Ningyo, the original Japanese word for mermaids, the fishermen put 2 of them in a box that had washed up with them and presented them to Tadamori. However, Tadamori was unnerved by their appearance and refused to accept them. It is said that the remaining mermaid was cut up and eaten by the fishermen, who found them to be delicious. It's kind of dark, isn't it?
Oh, there's one thing I should warn you about, though.
Oh?
And this group sometimes gets referred to as Ise Taira as well, which might make things a little confusing. I'll go ahead and label it as Heiki.
Does it really matter? Aren't they basically the same thing?
Not exactly. You see, the term Ise Taira refers to the Taira clan as a whole because it originated in Ise. On the other hand, people generally refer to the family within the clan that include Tadamori and Kiyomori as simply the Heiki. Their family features prominently in the stories we're interested in, so I'll use Heiki most of the time. Plus, it has a nice ring to it.
Either way works for me, so do as you like.
The tale of Heiki, also used Heiki.
You're awfully particular about this, but I rather like that type of fastidiousness. Okay, what else does she have to say?
Anyway, after a number of events, the Heiki would go on to lose the Battle of Don Nuura and be completely eradicated.
Ah, I believe I know this one. Don no Ura is found in Kyushu, is it not?
Bingo. The clan was chased out of Kyoto and pushed further and further west until they were eventually wiped out there.
Pains me to think of such a resplendently glorious clan meeting such an ignominious end. More's the pity.
And that's why the Heiki's resentment is particularly strong, and many remnants of it remain even today. Shrines and monuments have even been erected throughout the land in an attempt to quell that resentment.
Ah, now we reach your particular field of expertise.
Because the clan fell from such an exalted position so abruptly, that resentment is exceptionally persistent and quite pervasive. That said, famous places related to people like Taira no Kiyomori are well attended by worshippers, so they're relatively stable. It's the puffed up and pretentious Heiki clan members that no one even remembers who cause the most trouble.
I seem to recall a number of individuals going so far as to claim that those outside of the Heiki clan could not even be considered human. But if that's the case, are we really safe here? You don't think we might find ourselves assailed by these lingering grudges?
Much of Ise province is protected by shrines, and the area is suffused with spiritual energy, so we're probably safer here than most places. But that's just the land itself. Objects or people that the resentment has seeped into are a different story altogether.
That's somewhat troubling to hear. More about the Heiki.
Well, either way you look at it, this region's still home to many places and things associated with the Heiki. This is the metropolitan center of Mie, and a locus of historical events. I guess that makes it the perfect place to start a new journey.
Okay, well, that's it.
Well, this area is now called Nakabeppo. Long ago it was a region of Ise province known as Betsuho. Records indicate that 3 mermaids were caught in a fisherman's net along this coast back in the Heian period.
Now that's what I'm talking about. Let's hear more about those mermaids.
They had human heads with the mouths of monkeys and the teeth and bodies of fish, and they spoke and even shed tears like humans. Could these be the fish mermaids you mentioned before, Avi?
Indubitably. Yes, this must be the place. I'm getting goosebumps.
Right? I feel the same way. This is so exciting.
Betsuo is the old name for the area now known as Nakabeppo, Kawage Town in the Age district. So named during the events of this story, it has since been merged with Sioux City of Mie Prefecture. Said to have been the territory of Taira no Kiyomori's father, Taira no Tadamori, the area has a deep connection to the Issei Heiki. It's also said to be the location where 3 mermaids were caught in a fisherman's net and presented to Taira no Tadamori during the Heian period. Okay, and nothing else here, so let's think. We've come all this way to a distant foreign land seeking mermaids. Of course, I have my own reasons for trying to locate these mystical creatures. But for now, I intend to scour this land in order to learn as much as I can about its lore and legends. But it occurs to me that I never actually explained the particulars of my Issei Bay mermaid excursion to the girl. No matter, it's nothing of consequence really, so I'll just introduce my reasons a bit at a time. Nickname Avi. Okay, it gave us some more interesting background on him. Okay, let's read this. He's currently in Japan seeking mermaid flesh, which is believed to grant immortality. His reason is simple: a fascination with the occult, a pursuit he feels is worthy of devoting his entire life to. Indeed, he is primarily driven by his pursuit of romantic ideals. If he finds something suitably inspiring, he will readily risk his life for it, and is willing to change his views just as quickly for the same. Avi's interest in the occult was born when he discovered his great-grandmother's vast collection of mysterious occult artifacts in the storage of his family home in America. Among them was a mermaid mummy, which yielded a mysterious map when taken apart. Oh! A discovery which captivated his imagination and led to his current quest. This great-grandmother happened to be a relative of the main Lunar Light family in England, albeit one who had chosen not to succeed the family estate. After discovering this through independent research into his lineage, Avi made contact with the Lunar Light family, and continues to maintain a secret correspondence with them to this day. I think mermaids are nice here. Yeah, I don't think mermaids are evil in this game. Can we get back to those mermaids you mentioned? What became of the 3 that were caught in the fishing nets?
At that time, the lord of this area was Taira no Tadamori. You didn't already forget him, did you? Well, the fisherman thought the mermaids were a fascinating find, so he placed 2 of them into boxes and presented them to Tadamori.
Oh, Lord Tadamori must have been well pleased by that. How could he not be? It was known that eating the flesh of a mermaid grants eternal life.
Actually, Tadamori evidently said they were disturbing and gross, and refused to accept them.
Oh, what a waste!
However, the fisherman cut up the remaining mermaid and ate it himself.
So, what happened to him?
Well, the fisherman said it was pretty tasty.
Well now, tasty is it?
And that's all I've got.
And that's it?
That's all I could find in existing records.
And the act of eating a mermaid's flesh alone may not produce any results. I suppose then there may be other requisite conditions, wouldn't you say?
Well, considering the sheer number of eyewitness reports concerning mermaids, it is odd that there aren't more immortals walking around. There don't seem to be any records about what happened to the mermaids that Tadamori refused to accept. I suppose it's possible someone in the Heiki clan snuck off with them.
Now, that's a hypothesis I can get behind. Okay, well, that's it. But then, would such mermaids be so easily trapped by simple fishing nets? I thought them to be more cunning than that. But perhaps these fish mermaids are in fact nothing more than simple sea creatures.
In the endless expanse of the Issei Sea, the eternal world may lie just beyond this horizon. After all, Issei Province is the land whither repair the waves from the eternal world.
The eternal world is purported to be a perpetual paradise. A separate plane from the world we live in, yes? Could it be that mermaids hail from such a place? Excellent. I believe I've gotten a grasp of the situation at hand. It is time we made our way to the next locale. We're on the clock, after all.
Let's get to it.
Okay, well that was it here. So let's move to the next part. Let's go to Ano Town. Date unknown, August 1980 something. Morning, Ano Town, Kusawa. Well, it would seem that we've arrived. And where are we now, Searchy?
This is an area in Ano Town known as Kusawa. Kusawa is quite famous because of the Yao Bikuni legend. I'd be surprised if there was anyone who hasn't heard of it.
I'm sorry to say I've never heard of it.
Wait, really?
Come now, don't act so shocked. You can't expect me to know every little thing, and besides, I'm not even from this country. The very reason I requested you be my guide was so you could teach me about things like this.
I guess that's true. Okay, I understand.
I'll be counting on your explanations. You don't know anything, Avi.
The legend of Chao Bikuni originated here in Kusawa, Ano Town. Long, long ago, a 17-year-old girl named Osato lived in this village. She unknowingly ingested the meat of a mermaid that was served during a village gathering and became immortal. After subsequently being persecuted by the other villagers, she became a nun and made a pilgrimage around the entire country. At the end of the story, she eventually returned to this village and lived out the rest of her very long life.
But that's not true. Tales told in other parts of the country play out in almost exactly the same fashion.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
The tale of Chao Bikuni, a bhikkhuni, fully ordained Buddhist nun, who acquired preternatural longevity after eating the flesh of a mermaid, can be found in almost every region of Japan. Although the exact details vary greatly between regions, they all share the same fundamental element. A girl who ate mermaid flesh lived for 800 years. The Chao Bikuni legend passed down in Mie Prefecture is as follows. Once upon a time, a beautiful girl by the name of Osato lived in Kusawa village. One day, when Osato was 17, the flesh of a mermaid was served at a village gathering. The other villagers, disturbed at the thought of eating such a strange creature, refused to eat it. But Osato unknowingly ate the mermaid's flesh. From that moment on, Osato didn't age a day. Shunned by the other villagers and treated as a monster, she was eventually forced to leave the village, becoming a nun. Osato traveled the length and breadth of Japan for hundreds of years before eventually returning to Kusawa village, where her long life at last came to an end. Well, we know from Sato's storyline that that's not the case, though.
The legend of Chao Bikuni, the girl who ate the flesh of a mermaid and lived for 800 years, has been passed down all over Japan. Not only here in Mie Prefecture's Ano Town, but in Fukui, Aichi, and Gifu prefectures as well. In total, the story has been found in 121 locations in 28 prefectures throughout the country. Or at least that's what certain research has indicated.
Doesn't that seem like a lot? Were there really that many different Chao Bikunis out there?
Obviously, not all of the legends can be true. But I actually have a theory on the subject. Would you like to hear it?
By all means.
Most of the legends refer to a woman who stopped aging and lived for 800 years after consuming the meat of a mermaid. At that point, because others would find it strange that she wasn't getting any older, she wasn't able to live in normal society anymore.
I suppose that would be natural. It would explain why she withdrew from the world and became a nun.
Exactly. And that's how she got the name Chao Bikuni, the 800-year-old Bikuni nun. And with 800 years on her hands, she could have easily made a pilgrimage around the entire country.
How interesting. Buddhist priests are known for trekking throughout the land as a form of ascetic training.
Yes. And if we consider the 121 locations where the legend was found, with 800 years to spare, she could have spent 6 years in each location. 6 years would certainly be enough time for her to make a name for herself in each and every location, right?
Oh, my dear, I believe I see what you're getting at. Your theory posits that the stories of Zhao Bikuni that have been passed down in every corner of the country all refer to the exact same individual.
Well, it might be a bit much to say that all of them are the same. There may have been a few different people. But it's more convincing than the theory that there were 121 people. I also think that Zhao Bikuni of the Wakase province is the most likely origin of the legend.
I wonder. And don't all of the different instances of the story throughout Japan also claim that particular location as her place of final rest?
That may be true, but I assume that each of those different places wanted to have a grave or some other tangible marker to base their legend on. But with so many people that are purported to have lived 800 years all die at around the same time, it seems pretty unlikely.
And then you believe some of the tales were embellished somewhat?
That sort of thing happens all the time. Legends are always mixtures of truth and fantasy. Moreover, it doesn't make sense that every single immortal would decide to become a nun. There were likely some places that simply believed Zhao Bikuni was the term for an immortal.
Rather than a nun, for all we know, she said Alma did none of that. Oh, Alma be none of that and became an Alma diver. Badumts! Jesus Christ, Avi.
That's actually pretty insightful. Many legends are based on simple semantic misunderstandings.
Now wait just a minute. I won't stand here and let my dumb joke actually become a salient point of discussion.
Let's drop it then.
But still, if one were to somehow live for 800 years, a person that became immortal after the Kamakura period could still be alive today.
True. And if so, I'd love to sit them down for a long chat.
What else does she have to say? More about Zhao Bikuni, Jesus. Can Kusawa's legend of Zhao Bikuni really be true? There must be falsehoods and fictions mixed into the tale, surely.
Who knows? Ise province isn't that far from Akase province, after all. She may have simply walked here from there. And the fact that the stories from each different area are so similar does make me wonder if they didn't get mixed together somehow.
Ah, you think the legend might be an amalgamation of stories from various locations?
Exactly. But then again... The immortal in the story from this location has her own name, which gives the legend a certain verisimilitude.
Verisimilitude. Eloquent. Indeed it does.
I guess we can assume that a girl with that name really did live here long ago. And then something must have happened to make people believe she had become immortal. It's reasonable to assume her story then got mixed up with various legends of Zhao Bikuni from around the country before being passed down.
Of course, the exact timing of these events is still unclear, but that does present an interesting possibility. She could very well still be living in this village. Wouldn't that be a compelling development?
Leave it to an occult writer to think up something like that.
That's right. You're seeing the prodigious imaginative power of a fantasy author in action.
Yes, it's really something. But the fact of the matter is that almost no traces of Zhao Bikuni remain in this village. Even her grave, which is referred to as Lady Zhao's tomb, has never been located.
But then, did we come all this way for nothing? This young lady's a distant relative of mine, the third daughter of the Lunar Light family. The Lunar Lights have been in the business of demonic exorcism in England for several generations now. As such, young Searchy has received education on this rare subject from a young age and is now an apprentice exorcist. In order to continue her training, or more likely simply because of her interest in the area, Searchy has come to Japan to study abroad. Upon hearing such news, I sought to employ her as my guide for this mermaid hunting expedition to Ise Bay. She's apparently quite fond of Japanese myths and folk tales, and has already explored a number of areas concerned with the occult. Interested in visiting Mie Prefecture at least once during her stay, she immediately agreed to my request. Maybe she wants to become immortal.
Well, it might not have a direct connection, but there is something one should always consider when discussing Issei. The Tales of Issei. Have you heard of it? It's the oldest extant collection of Japanese verse, compiled sometime during the Heian period.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with it. But I have heard of the Tale of Genji and the Tale of Heiki. Is it anything like those?
Well, those were also stories written during the Heian period, but that's where the similarities end. Nice try, though.
Well, they sound similar enough anyway.
Don't worry, I'm not an expert on the subject either. Basically, this collection of verse elaborates on a number of waka poems by giving accounts of the events surrounding each one. The entire collection of 125 passages is referred to as the Tales of Issei. That's easy enough to remember, no?
And the Tales of Issei is a collection of short stories. Alright, check.
One more thing. The title might be The Tales of Issei, but the content isn't all that focused on the actual area.
What's this now? Are they intentionally attempting to confuse and bewilder us?
Some believe the title comes from the fact that passage 69 is set in Issei province. At any rate, I just thought I should bring it up because it does have at least a slight bearing on the topic at hand. If you're keen to learn more, I'll add more detailed information to the files.
Why, thank you. I'll be sure to read through them later. More files. The Tales of Issei. The narrative spans 125 episodes. Covers the life of a man from his coming of age to his death, and focuses primarily on the protagonist and the people around him, particularly his romantic dalliances with women. Some of its most famous episodes are summarized below. Ooh, there's a lot of episodes. Episode 69. Having been sent to Issei province to hunt game, a man is received with great hospitality by the imperial princess, serving as priestess at Issei shrine. Attracted to each other, the two attempt to meet in secret, but can find no opportunity to speak intimately. Although they promise one another to meet the following day, it is not meant to be. The two exchange poems of farewell before the man sets out to continue his journey. Oh, here's another one. Having fallen in love with a woman who serves in the imperial court, a man finally manages to meet her after patiently waiting for the right moment. However, the two are still separated by a screen. The man recites a poem to her, proclaiming that his love for her is greater even than Hikoboshi's love for Oihime was. He compares the screen separating them to the Milky Way that separated the two legendary lovers. Moved by his words, the woman removes the screen, allowing them to finally meet face to face.
There's one other thing we can learn from the Tales of Issei. Adding the tale of to a book title really classes things up. You should keep it in mind. It was apparently all the rage during the Heian period.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. My next work is certainly going to be a tale of. Well then, I suppose that brings this particular subject to a close. On to the next. No rest for the wicked, I say. Time to tackle the next mermaid myth.
Sure.
Okay, is there something to look around at? What's down there? Some sort of shrine?
This shrine is apparently dedicated to Sugawara no Mishizane. And we should go pay our respects before we leave.
Oh, we can't go there. Man, I wanted to go there. So sad.
The fabled beauty of the serene Japanese countryside. It really is charming.
Oh yes, the incessant chirping of locusts combined with unrelenting heat. This is Japanese summer, all right.
It's fascinating to think that such a peaceful place could be home to such profound historical events. I'm practically jittering with excitement.
I can see that. Well, let's try to keep a cool head, shall we? Futamigura. Maybe it's Futamigora. I think it's Futamigura. Date unknown, afternoon, Futamigura coast.
And here we find our next subject of inquiry. What place might this be, my dear?
This is Futamiga-ura, the coastline that lies beside Futami town. It's just over from Ise City.
Ah, then we finally penetrated the outskirts of Ise City proper. Things are certainly beginning to heat up. I inferred that Ise City was a prefectural capital from the fact that Mie Prefecture was once known as Ise Province. Not bad, eh?
Ah, well, I can understand how you would arrive at that conclusion. But the truth is, Mie Prefecture is composed of 4 separate provinces: Ise, Shima, Iga, and Ki.
Oh, is that so?
But that doesn't change the fact that Ise City is regarded as a spiritual capital of Japan, making it a very important location.
Very interesting. But the sun's already begun its steady descent, so perhaps we should pick up the pace a bit.
It's in such a hurry. Talk about Futamiga-ura mermaids.
So, does this place have any legends featuring mermaids?
It does. A record called the Kagenki was written by people at Horyui Temple after the Kamakura period. In that record, there are a total of 6 instances of information concerning mermaids.
6, eh? That's certainly promising.
One of those entries describes a sighting here in Futami, Ise Province, on April 3rd during the 2nd year of the Enban era, which would be 1357.
So they even noted the exact date. How fortuitous.
The passage is as follows. From the sea of Futami in Ise Province came Enmeyu, delivering perpetuity.
So, what exactly does that mean?
My guess is that a mermaid was spotted in the sea by Futami, and it was named Enmeyu, meaning health and long life, because it granted longevity.
Ah, granted longevity did it. Finally, we're getting to the good stuff.
Yes, it's another account relating mermaids to Jiao Bikuni. It seems the idea of mermaids granting immortality had already been established at that time.
Indeed. And now we even have a name.
That we do. You only get at most 3 weeks off a year for PTO. It's fucking insane. Most states have it where you lose any saved PTO. So you can't save it up? Really? The states have it so you can't save up. So let's say you have a year where you just work your ass off and then you try to save that up so you have 6 years and 6 weeks the next year and you can go on a Europe trip or something. You can't do that. Yeah, right, Kunai? Much better. You only work 7 days out of 14. Okay, that's not too bad. So wait. So you have like 2 weeks that you have your shift, I guess, lost, and then you only work 7 out of those 14 days. You do HVAC. The company is the most elite for HVAC work. They treat us well. That's good. For injured wings and promotion to be supplied a company take-home vehicle. That's really good too. You only get 5 days vacation. What? The older guys here have been a long time, right? You know, salary. So you get hourly? Murder? Man, I'm sorry, murder. 5 days? What if you're sick? If you're sick, you don't get paid. Right? Brother, I'm sorry. Oh my gosh. Yo, I feel that, man. I mean, if you're still kind of young, I can see why you would forego insurance, but it's fucking insane you gotta make that choice, right? It's insane that insurance can be linked, like having affordable insurance can be linked to the company that you work for. And if you don't have a company that has a good insurance plan, you're fucked because out of pocket you can't pay for it. It's insane. Fucking crazy. Oh, that's probably my bad. I didn't run the ad. So I gotta run that. Yeah, that's crazy, guys. Oh my gosh. And then the thing is, like, when you're older, you kind of have to have insurance, right? Because, like, the chances of you having some health issues are relatively high at that point in time. Yeah, I know that, Kunai. I know that. That's kind of the same here, where some people get their extra time off paid out, right? So, like, they want to go on a big fat trip or something, and they just save up their days, and then they get half paid out, and they use half for the trip, something like that. You just save money not having insurance and just paying out of pocket. Yeah, it's crazy. That's crazy, mister. Like, isn't that fucking insane how expensive healthcare is over there, to a point that sometimes your insurance is so expensive that you're better off just saving up and paying out of pocket for your stuff? Yeah, I think we have that a lot, right? We have that a lot. I guess in the US they don't, MP. We have that a lot. So, what sort of mermaid was this, and what became of it?
No clue.
Again with the vague records! Ha! These people write down the appearance of some fantastical creature, and then just let it wander off?
I haven't personally gone over every bit of research on the matter, but I can speculate on an answer. Records of mermaids in other places also often refer to them by name. In fact, it may not have been all that uncommon for the people in the area to encounter them when these records were written.
Let me see if I follow your meaning. The same mermaid would appear repeatedly, leading people in the area to grow accustomed to it. Am I on the right track?
Exactly. I mean, you wouldn't bother giving a name to something you only saw once, after all. These people may have even come to have a kind of rapport with the mermaids. At the very least, it doesn't appear as though they were trying to capture any.
Mermaids that people didn't want to capture? Then they weren't seeking its flesh. Perhaps there was a way of obtaining immortality even without the meat.
Maybe mermaid meat really was just tasty and nothing more. And if that were the case, then it makes perfect sense that they would view the mermaid as a divine creature.
So they treated it as an auspicious being that blessed others with long life. You may be onto something here.
I think he wants to be immortal, yeah, probably. At least, like, low-key want to be immortal.
This makes me think of that theory you mentioned about how there might be two different kinds of mermaids.
Oh, you remembered? Well, I stand by my theory. There's the fish mermaid, which looks more like an aquatic monster or beastie, and a human mermaid, which resembles a demi-human or nymph.
Indeed. And that's the simplest way to describe it anyhow. Assuming the mermaid in question had a name, formed relationship with humans, and granted longevity, it stands to reason it was of the human mermaid variety.
You have a point. The mermaids we've encountered thus far have all been caught in nets and appear to be more like fish mermaids.
It seems more likely, then, that the mermaids who grant longevity are actually these human mermaids.
Interesting. That in turn would suggest... My word! Would this mean that one could become immortal without eating their flesh?
I'm not sure. There are countless legends that reference the need to consume their flesh. But I can't help but feel like there's more to it.
Okay.
If human mermaids are capable of communicating with us, I'd really like to speak to one.
Agreed.
I don't know about that.
Speaking of which, this is entirely unrelated, but there's something I've been wondering. Do you mind?
What? But our conversation was just getting good.
Protest all you like, but I shall ask anyway. On your way here, I noticed a certain something adorning the entrances to everyone's houses. What was that?
Oh, right. Those are Somin Shirai talismans.
Somin Shirai?
Yes. Although in most of Japan, they're usually only hung up around the New Year, but here in Ise-Toba Shima region, they're traditionally left up all year long.
Interesting.
I can add more detailed information to the files for you later. Ah!
What is it? What? What is it? Now you're making me antsy! Come now, Searchy, you realized something about their Somin Shirai, didn't you? You must share!
No, nothing like that. It just made me think about how close this area is to the eternal world.
Is it? What does that mean?
I suppose you haven't looked at the files yet, but regarding the Somin Shurai, its origin goes back to a legend about the deity Gozu Tenno, who was courting the princess of Ryugu.
Ryugu, you say?
That's right. Ryugu is close to this place. In other words, that places it very close to the eternal world. Yes, and furthermore, I accidentally clicked a button. And furthermore, Gozu Tenno was also the guardian deity of the Gion Shoya temple. And the very same Gion Shoya who gets mentioned in our good old friend, The Tale of Heiki.
So it is. What was it again? From the bells of the Gion Shoya echoes out the impermanence of all things, right? That sounds so cool that even I memorized it. Haven't got a clue what it means, though.
Yes, that's the one. As for its meaning, you can look it up yourself.
Fine. So what you're saying is, Ise Shima is a land with deep ties to both Ryugu and Heiki. And that's exactly why the Somin Shurai tradition is so well established here.
Oh, that reminds me. There's something about Ryugu's princess that keeps bothering me as well.
She certainly is mysterious, huh?
That reminds me. About Futamiga Ura.
Dear me, how time flies when listening to your lectures, Searchy. The sun's already gone down.
I suppose I got carried away. Sorry.
Well, if that results in such a lovely view of the sea at night, I'll not complain.
You're right. Just look at all those stars.
Oh, I feel like there's something we should be seeing here. In the starry sky. But look, the heavens are entirely enveloped in a shower of dazzling pinpricks of light. What a sight to behold. Would you happen to be versed in constellations, Searchy?
Well, I've dabbled a bit in astrology, so I guess I know a thing or two.
Excellent. Do tell. Well, I guess we gotta talk to her for that.
Well, if we consider the constellations you can see in Japan during summer, the first one that comes to mind is the Summer Triangle. It's an easy one to find.
Triangle, eh? Then I presume it's made up out of 3 stars?
Correct. Vega in the constellation Lyra, Deneb in the constellation Cygnus, and Altair in the constellation Aquila. This trio of bright stars can be observed close to the Milky Way in this season.
What? I want to see. How do we go about identifying them?
Well, first, low in the southwestern portion of the sky, look for a star that glows red, Antares of the Scorpio constellation.
Southwest, you say. From here, that would mean facing inland and looking to the right.
Okay, try to find a red star low in the sky and point to it.
A red... Ooh. Wait, I do believe I found it! The star just there with the reddish tint. That must be Antares, yes?
Correct. That is indeed Antares, the brightest star in the Scorpio constellation.
I found it all by myself. Why, I'd make quite the celestial cartographer if I do say so myself.
I hate to rain on your parade, but you were supposed to be looking for a star in the Summer Triangle, so please try again.
Gads, that's right.
Why not try looking straight up from Antares? I bet you'll find Vega at the sky's zenith. Give it a shot.
Wait, was this not Antares? There. That must be it.
Bingo. That's Vega, one of the 3 stars in the Summer Triangle. In Japan, Vega is also called the Orihime Star, and it's famous for its connection to the Tanabate Star Festival.
Then, that must mean Hikoboshi will be on the opposite side of the Milky Way from that one.
Exactly right. Can you figure out which one it is? One of the other stars in the Summer Triangle is in the same area, so see if you can find it.
The Summer Triangle. I mean, these three kind of make a triangle, right?
Eureka! I spotted it!
Oh, that's Altair, one of the 3 stars in the Summer Triangle. Part of the Aquila constellation, Altair is also known in Japan as Hikoboshi for its role in the Tanabata Star Festival.
Oh, that means I've managed to spot both Orihime and Hikoboshi. It's as if I've drawn the 2 star-crossed lovers together with my own hand. How overjoyed they must be.
Yeah. Nice work. I didn't expect you to be such a romantic. There's still another star in the Summer Triangle to find. It might be hard to see because of the angle.
Right you are. Certainly is a bit tricky to see something directly above you. Okay, directly above us. So I guess it's this one. This one's directly above us. We already looked at that one. Is it this one?
My eye is as discerning as I believe it to be. That's the one!
Oh, nice find. That's Deneb, one of the 3 stars in the Summer Triangle. Deneb lies within the Milky Way, which earns it the nickname Milky Way Star.
Ah, it does indeed appear to be swimming nicely along that starry stream there. There! I've located all 3 stars of the Summer Triangle! How do you like that?
Good work. Now you've mastered the summer skies. Should I start addressing you as Professor?
That's me. Feel free to rely on my knowledge.
All right then, tell me. What's another name for the star Hikoboshi?
File. Cheating. Hikoboshi. Okay. Alright. Altair.
Haha.
That's right. Well done, Professor.
Nothing to it. Regardless, we've seen all there is to see here in Futamigaura. I'd even go so far as to call this a wrap. I think that covers all the mermaid legends from Mie Prefecture. Is there anywhere else here you're keen to visit, Searchy?
What? We haven't even visited Issei Shrine yet. If you ask me, we've barely scratched the surface.
You got a point there, but it's getting late, so let's save that for tomorrow, shall we?
All right.
How old is Searchy? Is she like 20? Is she younger? Is she like 16, 17? Yumeko, I think Yumeko is married to her husband's ghost. That's my theory. We'll see. Mount Asama. Is that our hotel? Might be. Date unknown. August 18, 1980 something. Morning. Issei City, Toba City.
Wow. Talk about a gorgeous view.
It is something, isn't it? And this is Mount Asama's observation platform. It overlooks Toba City on one side and Issei City on the other.
So that's Toba City over there, eh? What's Toba got going for it?
Well, the first thing that comes to mind when thinking about Toba is Toba Castle, built in the Sengoku period with none other than the pirate daimyo Lord Kuki, who at one time led the Kuki naval fleet.
Oh, well, that's more exciting than I anticipated.
As for the Tobashima area, it's famous for having the highest population of Ama divers in Japan.
I knew there'd be something touristy. What a fantastic blend of culture and history.
So is that how they end up on the island?
First off, you should know that the naval troops in the Sengoku period were basically just pirates.
Pirates, eh?
Yes, they would put together crews of rowdy sailors, arm them to the teeth, and have them patrol a designated area of the sea. And they only actually served under their commander as a naval force when there was a battle.
So that's what the Navy was like back then, huh? A ragtag bunch of pirates only called on to do their duty in time of needs.
Exactly. In fact, such forces only came to be called navies during the Edo period, and that was purely a matter of convenience. As for the Kuki Navy, it was one of the pirate bands patrolling the waters of Ise Bay. A man named Kuki Yoshitaka was its commander, hence the name. He distinguished himself in the service of Oda Nobunaga and Toyotomi Hideyoshi, eventually rising to the position of daimyo of Shima province. And that's why they called him the Pirate Daimyo. He started as a lowly pirate, but rose all the way to the top of the chain of command.
Did you say Oda Nobunaga? Him I've heard of. He was a demon king of the sixth heaven, no?
True, but that's a title he gave himself.
Still, a pirate and a daimyo? What an enchanting combination.
That may be, but he wasn't blessed where allies were concerned. It seems he was always butting heads with his relatives.
Oh.
For one thing, he may have had his nephew Somitaka assassinated in order to take over the Kuki clan. He also fought on the opposite side of his own son, Moritaka, in the decisive battle of Sekigahara. And in the end, spurred on by his vassals, he committed suicide on Toshiyama, that island over there. So, while Kuki became daimyo of Shimiya province, his land was confiscated during his son's rule, and the clan fell into decline.
Life truly is full of ups and downs. How the mighty do fall. He must have been quite a character.
Amadivers have a long history in the Tobashima region. Evidence indicates that free divers have been fishing in the area since ancient times.
You don't say.
Most notably, it is said that Oben, who once presented an abalone to Yamato Hime no Mikoto, was the very first Amadiver. In fact, there's a shrine dedicated to Oben in Kuzaki that's considered a sacred place to Amadivers of the Tobashima region.
Is that so? She must have been truly legendary.
Moreover, there are several poems in the famous 8th century poetry anthology Manyoshu that depict the Amadiving in Shima province. Amadivers also appear in dozens of Oyikue from the Edo period. Clearly, they were a popular theme.
It's quite incredible to think that their method of fishing has not only endured for so long, but has been recorded in such exquisite detail.
And there is another point worth noting. Amadivers have long been likened to mermaids for their skill and grace. You could even argue that the Amadiver culture that is so deeply rooted in this place is interwoven with the region's mermaid legends.
Ah, yes. There's a theory that the mermaids of Ise Bay were simply Amadivers.
It does seem likely there is a connection between the two. I wouldn't be surprised if they were the originators of the legend.
Perhaps, but I'd be beyond disappointed if that's all there is to it.
Oh, right. Apparently, Mount Asama's peak sits at 555 meters above sea level, so it's not that high. But as it's situated at the tip of the Shima Peninsula, it offers a magnificent view of Toba Bay coastline and the outlying islands.
Since we stopped by the shrine this morning, I assumed we'd take the mountain path. All I can say is, this place takes my breath away. And no mockingbird here, though.
By the way, there's another legend surrounding the Amadivers of the Tobashima region, regarding something called a Tomokazuki.
The Tomokazuki?
It is believed that an Amadiver may encounter a copy of herself underwater, who will then offer her an abalone. If she accepts, the Tomokazuki doppelganger will drag her to the bottom of the sea, never to be seen again.
Suruchi! Please don't spring scary stories on me out of nowhere!
And that's why the Amadivers of this area wear the Seimin and Domin symbols on them while they dive. It's a tradition that has continued right up to the present day. There must be some reason for it beyond pure superstition.
Interesting.
On another note, the Amadivers of the Tobashima region possess such exceptional diving skills that in addition to fishing, They also saved people from drowning and fetched objects that sunk to the seafloor, right up until the Mei era.
Well. Sounds as if they were true diving professionals.
Exactly. In fact, after the Heiki were defeated at Dano Ura and were lost beneath the waves...
Oh, we're back to the Heiki already? Wasn't aware there was a connection.
Well, after that fateful battle, who do you think they sent to reclaim the legendary sword Kusanagi no Tsurugi from the seafloor? 2 Ama divers.
So their lost and found services were being employed even back then, eh?
And while they were diving, they came face to face with the vengeful spirits of the drowned Heiki.
Oh, Searchy, please! You're gonna give me nightmares!
At least, that's what's depicted in the ukiyo-e entitled In the Western Sea, the diving women encounter the Heiki in the depths of the water.
Such a deep connection. To think the Heiki were even once depicted with Ama divers. They truly are a symbol of the Ise-shima region.
Yes, but the setting for that ukiyo-e is Dano Ura, which isn't anywhere near here. Still, it does go to show that Ama divers have held a deep connection to the sea for a very long time. And when we're talking about the Toba-shime region, Ama divers are always going to be key players.
True. If you ask me, they should be brought up before the pirates.
Mind you, the Navy had a crucial role to play too. That reminds me, there's another fascinating legend related to the Kuki clan.
Oh, do tell.
Well, it's about Kuki Yoshitaka's nephew, Sumitaka. He had an extraordinarily beautiful daughter named Princess Hatsune.
I dare say I know where this is going. Whenever a legend starts with a beautiful daughter, it inevitably ends with trouble.
You're not wrong there. Princess Hatsune was so beautiful that she saw no end of suitors, and her father sought to marry her off to achieve his political ends. But the princess already had a lover, so she fought against her father's plans and even ran away several times, only to be brought home.
I knew it. Alas, that's what life was like for the daughters of powerful figures in those days.
Well, Princess Hatsune lamented her fate. Must I be cursed with such misfortune merely for my beauty? And she didn't stop there. May no beautiful daughter be born to this land again. Such was the curse she left behind, before throwing herself down a well. And so ends the legend.
Not what I'd call a happy ending.
So, this almost seems like it's fused with Sato's. Because wasn't Sato's mirror down the well?
The princess may have had good intentions, but I'm sure no one else felt she was doing them any favors.
Good intentions? That isn't how I interpreted it.
Well, what's your take on the story then?
When authority figures try to force other people's hands, they bring these things upon themselves. It's just asking to get cursed.
Fair enough. I see your point.
Still, the princess did take it a bit far. To me, though, it almost feels like that part was tacked on later. As if someone thought it would make the story more impactful, and that word of it would travel further if the princess killed herself at the end.
You're right. That would change the story completely.
But there is something else that interests me more. Sumitaka became head of the Kuki clan in 1560, but he was so young that Yoshitaka had to be appointed as his guardian. His exact age at the time isn't known, but the common belief is that he was about 8 years old.
Nothing unusual there. Premature inheritances were a common occurrence in those days.
But consider this. When Sumitaka died 24 years later, in 1584, he would have been 32 years old.
Yes?
Even if we suppose that Princess Hatsune was 15, their ages don't quite add up, do they?
Age differences weren't so much a point of contention back then, but even so, that is a bit odd.
Which begs the question, did Princess Hatsune really exist to begin with?
And even if she did, was she really Sumitaka's daughter?
An agate Magatama was unearthed at the place where the princess was supposedly buried. But that could have easily been planted there to lend credibility to the tale.
Oh, once you start doubting, it's hard not to see lies everywhere.
True. And the pursuit of the unknown starts with belief, doesn't it?
Well said.
A certain occult researcher taught me that one.
You don't say.
Oh, I just realized something. Kuki Tsukitama died or was assassinated exactly 400 years ago.
Is that significant?
It is! A special spiritual significance is attached to periods of 400 years. For instance, the cycle of death and rebirth supposedly lasts 400 years, and some stories claim that a soul endures for 400 years as well. Of course, 800-year immortals have twice that lifespan, but as you can see, 400 years is widely considered a good cutoff point.
So there's a chance something happens after 400 years?
Maybe. In any case, we should probably tread carefully here.
It sounds to me as if we're in the right place at the right time. Right, well, as fascinating as all this has been, Searchy, I'd say it's high time we return to our primary topic of interest here.
Oh, and what would that be? Personally, now that we've visited Issei Shrine, I'm more or less satisfied.
Tut, 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 tut. Searchy, you disappoint me. We didn't come here purely to chase legends, did we?
Aw, and here I was hoping we could move on to buying souvenirs next.
You know perfectly well that the true purpose of my voyage is nothing more or less than a treasure hunt.
Right.
Of course, I'm sure all this information we've been gathering will come in handy as well. First things first, let's head back to the inn. From there, we can plan our next move. Okay, well, we're going to the inn. See if we can see the inn. Ooh, we got an intermediate chapter. Treasure Hunt Part 1. Iron of Barnum. After collecting information about mermaids and returning to their inn, at a yawn, Avi and Searchy have a meeting to plan for their true objective, the treasure hunt. Date unknown, August 1980-something. Afternoon, Toba City, Ryokan guest room. Now then, I believe it's time we discuss our strategy.
Sure. What do you mean by strategy?
It should be obvious. We must reflect on all we've learned if we want to move forward.
Oh, is this the business card from the guy we met earlier?
It is. We managed to glean some surprisingly good information from that exchange. What guy? First things first, let's head back to the inn. From there, we can plan our next move. Pardon me, but would a lovely lady and handsome gentleman be willing to spare me a moment? Why yes, the gentleman does have some time.
I suppose that makes me the lady, then. Oh, it's you. You've been following us for quite some time.
Huh? He has? For how long?
Since the Issei Grand Shrine, I believe.
Truly. Maybe you could try to keep me apprised of things like this in the future, Searchy? It appears I wasn't as stealthy as I thought. My apologies for the indiscretion. But you see, the two of you piqued my interest. Foreigners in Issei Bay searching for mermaids. God, you overheard everything! How embarrassing!
Avi, hollering won't lessen the embarrassment.
But how rude of me. I ought to introduce myself. I'm an event planner here in Issei City. My name is Kipei Ikoma. Oh, fancy business card and everything. What a charming fella. Let's see, Sala Planning, eh? It says here you're the CEO. I'm actually the only employee, so the title doesn't mean much. I see. I apologize for the rudeness, but I actually just ran out of business cards of my own.
Did you ever have any?
I had heard you need to carry business cards in Japan if you want to avoid looking suspicious, but I still kind of forgot to bring any. But the freewheeling and forgetful man before you goes by the name Arnif Barnum, a fantasy author who's merely passing through. Do you believe me? Or am I too suspicious? Without a business card for proof, the verdict is yours alone to make. So you're an author, Mr. Barnum? Please, call me Avi. This is Searchy. She's studied more Japanese history than even the average Japanese citizen has.
It's a pleasure. If you'd like, I can list the top 100 of Issei's best features at any time.
Aren't you a delight? I was right to take an interest in the two of you. Kipei Ikoma, Event Services of COCL. Okay, there's a lot here. Director of Sala Planning, a venture company primarily focused on planning and producing tourism promotion events in Issei City. An ambitious young man, Kipei is both highly driven and extraordinarily tenacious when it comes to fulfilling his goals. He's currently planning a PR project themed on mermaids as a sightseeing attraction. About 6 years ago, with the support of wealthy tycoon Yoshiatsu Yamashina, Kipei moved to Issei from the countryside with nothing but the clothes on his back and an eye to make his fortune. This aggressiveness won him Yamashina's favor, and after several years spent building up experience as his assistant, the tycoon granted Kipei an investment with which he started his current company. Although Yamashina could be said to be particularly strict with him, this is a reflection of the high expectations he has for his future. Kipei is often told that he looks old for his age, but as this means he's not taken lightly when doing business, he sees it as an advantage. 26, wasn't he? That's a rough 26. Forgive me for my bluntness, but would you mind sparing me a few moments? I'd love to talk a little longer. I suppose that could be arranged. The truth is, I am currently planning a promotional tourism campaign for the Ise-Shima region. I was thinking of using mermaid legends as a centerpiece in my campaign. Mermaids, huh? I am sure you're already quite aware of the mermaid legends of Issei Bay, yes? I thought we could hold events and exhibitions centered around such legends to attract tourists. I see, so that's why you were interested in mermaids. Additionally, the Ise-Shima region is also famous for its pearls. I believe mermaids and pearls naturally complement one another.
True. And there's also the famous legend that a mermaid's tears turn into pearls when they're washed away by the ocean.
Oh, such a story would do wonders for driving tourism to the area. And does this project mean you're knowledgeable about mermaids in Issei then, Mr. Ikoma? I suppose it does. I know a fair bit. For example, there are some mermaid legends that most people have never heard of. Oh, do share. A long time ago, there was an island south of Kamishima known as Taishima. Have you heard of it? I'm afraid I haven't.
It rings a bell. It was also called Taishima by some.
That is absolutely right. It is said that once upon a time, 3 mermaids lived on Taishima. Whoa, 3 of them? Tell me, were they human mermaids or fish mermaids? Human mermaids? Well, I suppose their upper bodies were human, so I guess you could describe them as such. I see. And that would separate them from the 3 mermaids discovered in Betsuho during the Heian period.
Oh, this is the first I've heard of this tale.
However, Taishima sunk about 400 years ago during a natural disaster. The mermaids seem to have vanished after that. What? That's such a shame. Regardless, it is said the three mermaids were named Sobei, Nagame, and Hayase. So the mermaids were named too, huh? It definitely adds to the authenticity of the story.
Pardon me, Mr. Ikoma. I never came across such concrete information. Where did you learn this?
I don't blame you for questioning my sources. I also haven't managed to find any records of this tale. But you see, the story was passed down through word of mouth. As it turns out, there was a single man who managed to escape the island's destruction. His descendants have kept the legend alive. Ah, so it's one of those descendants you heard the story from. That is right. They live a modest, private life these days.
When a story comes straight from a descendant like that, it does lend it some credibility.
I would love to inquire deeper about these Taishima mermaids. If you don't mind, could you share the identity of the descendant you speak of? My apologies, but I'm afraid I cannot oblige. She is not the friendliest sort. Frankly, even I have trouble getting her to open up.
What's her name again? It's, his mom, right? No matter how many times I visit her, I always feel like I'm only getting one part of the story.
I see. That's a real shame.
Now, this may not be much consolation, but I have another interesting rumor from this descendant to share.
Oh, I'm all ears.
It concerns one of the rumored Taishima mermaids. It is said that a few decades ago, one of those mermaids turned human and now lives among us.
No kidding.
She became human?
It does ring a bell, though. Why, that's exactly like the story of the Little Mermaid! What an exciting discovery.
You say this was only a few decades ago. That makes it quite recent. This former mermaid could even be walking among the people here as we speak.
If the story is true, then yes. However, I'll concede that even I find the story hard to believe.
It is a little fantastical.
By the way, may I ask why you're searching for Issei Bay's mermaids, Avi?
No particular reason. I just thought it'd be fun to wander through some sightseeing areas related to the mermaid folklore, that's all.
I see. Well, since you've traveled all the way to Japan to sightsee, I would love to ask you some questions. Was there anything missing from the areas you've visited that you feel might have made your trip more memorable?
What about those photo spots you put your face in?
Oh, I know those. I love them.
Really? Are they that interesting?
They're a Japanese tourism classic. It'd be nice to see more of them.
Agreed. If I saw one, I would certainly take a photo with it. Oh, and please sell more of those little pennant flags. I can't resist them.
I see. I truly appreciate the input, but perhaps things are fine as they are. Should you discover anything new regarding the area's mermaids, please do let me know.
Understood. We hope you'll do the same for us.
Okay, that's all he has to say. There's nothing else to say. Gusts of wind graze this lovely observation deck.
Amazing. A brand new mermaid legend.
The real question is why?
Why?
There's a long history of people making up legends to drive tourism. Such stories linger on, despite their veracity being entirely unverifiable.
I suppose. Is this something the matter?
It's nothing.
It's nothing. This guy, you're an annoying guy.
Well, it's about time for us to get going.
Yes, of course. Thank you. And I apologize again for taking so much of your time. Actually, since you've come all the way to Japan... If anything happens to you during your vacation here, or you need any other help at all, please feel free to give me a call. I am quite familiar with all sorts of business in the area. For example, I could put you in touch with someone should you be looking to interview Almadivers.
Really? Well, that's very kind. You're not just saying that as a formality, are you? A free-spirited lad like myself will not hesitate to take you up on an offer like this. I will call you.
Please, do not hold back. I'll leave you two to your sightseeing. Please, have a good time.
Okay, flashback. If mermaids really did live on Taishima, it's certainly worth investigating.
We get so much stuff. An ashtray. Does he smoke? A porcelain ashtray that came with the room. Ashtrays like these are found just about anywhere, so one could smoke without any worries. That being said, I've noticed people outside still simply dropping their cigarettes onto the ground.
Well, I wasn't a smoker to begin with.
It's a nice touch because they have this game set in the 80s where people would smoke a lot more still.
Some of the notes I've taken. The information in them is not substantive and likely of no use. This is a sketch of the mermaid mummy that I found in her family storage. Bringing it along would have been out of the question, so I settled on just bringing a sketch. Oh, that's right. I still haven't told Searchy why I'm searching for mermaids.
Are we gonna tell her?
I worried yesterday that Searchy might struggle to sleep on just a futon in a tatami room like this, but she looks well rested, so I suppose she's used to it. I, on the other hand, was way too excited to get much sleep.
Okay, this is the same. We got the map still.
And this map looks quite old.
Exactly. It is also the precise reason I've come to Mie. To put it simply, this is no ordinary map. This is a mermaid treasure map.
A mermaid treasure map?
Allow me to explain. I found this mermaid treasure map in the family storage. I should explain it to Searchy. I found this map in the old family storage. It was left behind by my great-grandmother.
If she's your great-grandmother, that would make her my great-grandmother's sister. I heard she was exiled from the Lunar Light family because of her eccentricities.
That's correct. She was quite fond of the occult and amassed a number of suspicious curios over her lifetime. As a child, I loved searching through the storehouse that housed her collection. It was like a treasure hunt of wonders. A demon's tail, a yeti's bone, a book of black magic, Ogopogo's tooth, a piece of a UFO, and a crystal skull. I cannot vouch that any of it was authentic, but it was still so exciting to look through. It's no exaggeration when I say that this very storehouse is what led me down the path of becoming a fantasy author.
I suppose that's the kind of formative experience an occult writer needs.
Just so. I have to thank my great-grandmother. She's the reason I can put food on the table. And among the items in that collection was this.
I see. A mermaid mummy.
Precisely. They were rather prevalent at sideshows and the like all over the world in the 19th century. Mermaid mummies from Japan were quite popular because of their high quality. A number of them even made their way to Europe.
Huh?
This one probably made its way to the family storage around that time. It was probably passed from one seller to another until it ended up in my great-grandmother's hands.
How are you so sure it was made in Japan?
It says made in Japan on the bottom. Well, you see, I gave this mummy a thorough investigation. I even took it apart. Sure enough, it was made of wood and paper clay. But lo and behold, I also found this map inside.
Truly? You found the map inside a mummy?
Whoever made it all those years ago must have snuck the map inside. I doubt my great-grandmother had the slightest idea it was even in there.
That's an incredible discovery.
It is simply tantalizing, is it not? There's not a doubt in my mind that it will lead to a most thrilling discovery.
Atmospheric lighting. Oh, research materials? Briefcase. No birds here, so there's the bird stickers. We haven't found a bird sticker. Each room is equipped with a mosquito trap. They tend to come in through the windows on hot days. It's a neat contraption. You just have to plug it in and place it, and it'll kill any nearby mosquitoes. Dude, I want one of these. Why do we buy these? Traps like these are reliable, as well as easier and safer than a combustible type, so they've gotten quite popular. Is this really a thing, guys? IRL? Have I been missing out on some secret tech my entire life? This phone can only be used to call the front desk. Outside calls are impossible.
So then, why did you call this a mermaid treasure map?
Well, it was hidden inside a mermaid mummy, so it follows it must be a treasure map of sorts, no?
I see. Your enthusiasm has carried you quite a ways from home. I'm impressed.
Thank you. I have no doubt a treasure lies somewhere in Issei Bay.
What a shame there's no X to mark the spot.
Indeed, and this leads us to our first conundrum. Any ideas how to decipher this map, Searchy?
Put me on the spot, why don't you? But it does look like something's written here. Do you know what it says?
Oh, that part. I actually did some research on that. Apparently, it says, search the 95th.
Search the 95th. That sure makes it sound like it leads to a secret location of some sort.
Yes, and it must be related to mermaids. And she just itching to find it?
You know it.
I knew it. I'm counting on you to help me solve the map's riddle. Search the 95th. This is a poster advertising the island of Kamishima.
I'd love to pay a visit to a remote island like that. And the name's intriguing too.
Ah, Kame means turtle, doesn't it?
I just can't shake this weird feeling.
Huh? Why? Is there something wrong with the island? Or the poster?
The poster, I believe. Do you mind if I take a closer look? My hunch was right. There's a presence here.
No way. Come on, don't scare me like that. Oh my god, can we take it? Let's take it. Remove the poster. Ready?
Yes. Please proceed.
You sure? Because I'll do it. I really will. There's no telling what may happen.
Quit stalling.
Oh no, it's a mockingbird. A mockingbird. Wow. This one's kind of cool. Kind of like the mockingbird stickers. Oh, they have a relationship chart? You can now access the mockingbird relationship chart from the story chart screen. Where? No! Can't do it yet. You have to get out of this chapter first. It may resemble an L-shaped dividing screen, but I think it's actually a towel rack.
You're close. It's a small clothes rack.
I see, so that's what it is.
Yes. Normally it's used to hang kimonos, but this one's quite small, so I suppose it'd work well for towels and other small garments.
You're quite knowledgeable. Searchy knows everything. Extra lights for the room. A lot of attention was paid to creating a comfy atmosphere for the guests. Must be cool to visit Japan. Success so expensive. Oh, wait. I just remembered.
Huh?
You said you can douse, no? Can't you just douse for the treasure? Then we can skip this whole map and riddle business altogether.
I apologize, but that's impossible.
Truly? But why?
Dowsing is usually used to find waterways, veins of ore, and other such things. My dowsing, however, can be used to find people and objects imbued with spiritual power. However, I must be familiar with the spiritual power that I'm looking for.
I see. In other words, you wouldn't be able to find a treasure you've never seen or heard of.
Yes. The distance from which I can detect the source also depends on how strong the spiritual power is.
It's not quite the superpower I thought it was.
I say we've had enough of a diversion. Let's get back to investigating your map.
But you don't have any dowsing powers, Mr. Avi. Let's take a good look.
Oh!
Did you notice something?
It looks like something's written on the other side.
I see. I knew I must have missed something. Hasn't even flipped it around. I should carefully hold the edge when I want to look at the other side. Are these the constellations?
Take a closer look at all the spots on the back of the map.
Oh, those? I kind of just dismissed them as a bunch of stains.
Do you really think that's all they are?
It's a constellation. Eureka! Inspiration strikes! I figured it out!
It's a bit hard to see what you mean when looking at the back of the map. Can you point at the front?
You make a fair point. I may be less inspiration struck than I first assumed. I'll have to think on this a bit more. So... it's like... Sergi, you recognize a symbol on the lower right?
It appears quite similar to Sanskrit. However, I don't recall a character quite like this one. And maybe a mark unique to the cartographer, like a signature.
If that's the case, it's irrelevant to our investigation.
I agree. Though my opinion will change should we come across the symbol elsewhere.
The phrase "search the 95th" is written on the map around the location of Ise province. I turn it over again. So what is it like? I wonder if we're supposed to... it's like here, right? Like there's like a triangle here. Maybe it's in the center. Eureka! Inspiration strikes! I figured it out!
Did you? Where is the treasure?
Like here? I have no doubts! It's here! Behold! Oh.
Huh? Why there?
It felt right. Thought it was in the middle.
I hope you don't mind my asking, but would you care to show me a more definite location?
Dang it. Okay, we have to find the treasure. So isn't this just like the constellation? I thought it would be in the middle somewhere. Maybe we have to go back to the files with the constellations. And where were the constellations? Naheki. Occult craze. Summer triangle. Here. I think this is it. But let's see if one of them means something. But I'm pretty sure this is what's on the map. It looks like it. Possibly the most famous... this is kombucha, not beer. Please do not worry. It's fermented tea. Possibly the most famous of the summer constellations, the summer triangles, formed by connecting Vega and the constellation Lie. Okay, we read that. Now we need something more. We need more details. Altair is Hikoboshi. Man. Orihime. Maybe the treasure is where Orihime is.
That's how we can read about this. So let's try Orihime, because Orihime was the princess, right? So this one's Orihime. So it's like here. Like here. I have no doubts. It's here. Behold! It's not it either. Jesus. Maybe tough. Oh.
It may be tough to figure it out as it is now, unless you find a way to shine some light on the riddle.
Can't we use the... Okay, the 95th. The 95th. The 95th. So we need more. So it's definitely the constellation, in my opinion. It looks like the constellation. Cookie Princess. No. Where'd that go again? See, now I don't know where that went again. The constellation. Was it in tradition history? Yao Bikune? Oh no. Now I lost it because it was in a new one and then I clicked, I read it and now it's gone. Where'd it go? No. No, where'd it go? I can't find it now. Tales of Issei? Oh no, I made it disappear. Mie Prefecture, Almadivers. Oh, here, Summer Triangle, okay. The 95th. Oh, I know. What was that book again with 121? Was that Jiao Bikuni? Where is that book? There was a book with 121 stories. Is it in here somewhere? Kamishima, Kukui, Princess Hatsune, that's not it. We need the book with the 121 tales, I'm pretty sure. Where is that? What was that called again? Where is it? Hi, certainly good to see you. Ooh, how is class going at work? You have to teach tonight. Good luck with teaching as well. Well, it's good, but I'm looking for... So I know there was like a legend with 121 tales, and I need the 95th of that. Ah, found it. The Tales of Issei. Here we go. Hikoboshi, okay. Okay. Having fallen in love with a woman who serves in the imperial court, a man finally manages to meet her after patiently waiting for the right moment. However, the two are still separated by a screen. The man recites a poem to her, proclaiming that his love for her is greater even than Hikoboshi's love for Orihime. He compares the screens separating them to the Milky Way. So I know it's the... I know, but then which one is it? And then which one is it, though? Is he like the last one? No. So these are Hikoboshi and Orihime. Search the 95th. So we have to search the story. 100% we have to search the story. Hello, Ilki, good to see you. Which we just did! We just did! Episode 95. The Imperial Court is greater than Hiboshi's love for Orihime. The woman removes the screen. This has to be the 95th. There's no way this is not the 95th. The 95th story, Hikoboshi. So, is it in the spot of Hikoboshi then, right? Let's try that. Because we tried Orihime, but it has to be Hikoboshi's spot then, maybe. So let's try. I also tried the middle, but it wasn't middle. Let's pick it up. Flip it over. So it's Hikoboshi. So it's like... Here? So it has to be somewhere here. I have no doubts left. It's here, behold!
Oh, and what makes you say so?
Why, it's simple. Hikoboshi, right? That's it, right? Am I stupid? I'm gonna double check. Double check. Oh man, okay. We're like puzzling. We're into puzzle life right now. Compares it to, okay. I mean, is that the spot though? Like, is the spot named Hikoboshi? I don't know if the spot's named Hikoboshi. I don't know if the spot's named Hikoboshi. Connecting Vega and Altair. Oh man. I mean, we just name it Hikoboshi, right? Allow me to explain. You see, the 95th in the riddle must refer to the 95th tale in the Tales of Issei. And the title of that tale is none other than Hikoboshi. Next, note how the summer triangle constellation is drawn on the back. The location of Hikoboshi, or Altair, corresponds to this very spot on the map.
Incredible! I should have expected nothing less. You truly are a genius, Avi.
Yeah, nothing compares to the rush of a breakthrough. Let's keep riding this high.
You were somehow able to deduce the location without using any light. What incredible instinct.
Huh, wait. I could have seen where the star was if I shined a light through the map?
I'm impressed that you were able to find it with such little information.
Oh. Apparently, I should have used a light. I was like, I can just deduce where it is, sort of, kind of. Oh well. I could have probably picked it up and held it to the light. That would have been smarter than what I just did. But okay, we got it! That's good. I figured out where the treasure lies. Quite keen to investigate further, but I should confirm some other matters first. I'll talk to Searchy.
We may know where to look, but it's far too large an area to just start searching.
To be frank, I didn't just come here to solve the map's riddle. My real goal is to find an actual mermaid.
Oh, yes. I had a feeling that was it.
So you already knew. Exorcists sure have some keen instincts.
What will you do if you find a mermaid? Do you want to become immortal?
I suppose. Might as well, considering all the trouble finding one will be.
Your reasoning is unexpectedly uninspired.
Simple though as it may be, I find the idea quite romantic, akin to ascending to a new stage of humanity.
Sure, I guess.
I take it you disagree with my thinking, Searchy?
I fail to see why my opinion should matter here. What you do is your decision to make. Though I am not certain that an immortal can still be called human. Still, your decision is irrelevant to my duty, so I will not try to intervene. Actually, meeting an immortal would be a rare once-in-a-lifetime chance. Please transcend humanity and let me examine you.
I'd prefer if you didn't speak of me like a research specimen, but I'll overlook it for now.
Though I do wonder if immortality would actually bring you any happiness. When you look at old folk tales, it tends to be less of a blessing and more of a curse.
Jeez, don't say that after I already made up my mind and everything.
Well, I'm sure you'll be alright. If you tire of immortality, you need only embark on a journey, like a modern-day Jiao Bikuni.
That's one way to look at it. Well, I think the nun part might be an issue. Well, I shouldn't get too far ahead of myself. There's no immortality to be had till I find mermaid flesh to bite into. So let's start there.
Understood. I'm also quite interested in finding a mermaid myself. Even if we were to search the area on the map, it's in the middle of the sea. How are we supposed to search a place like that? Looking for an unknown object somewhere on a large swath of seafloor seems like an impossible task.
You're right. That does sound difficult. We might have to ask our friendly CEO for help.
He did give us his card. However, wouldn't that mean we'd have to inform him of the map?
No other way about it. In addition, should we find anything, I imagine he'll expect a share of the spoils. I really wanted to keep it all to myself. Sharing's the worst.
I understand, but we have no other options.
That's a shame, but I suppose you're right. We should contact him as soon as we can. Okay, well, CEO seems hella sus to me. Oh, we're going fishing. Oh, we got a new one? Mockingbird relationship chart. Jesus Christ. That's funny. Treasure Hunt Part 2. Avi and Searchy's quest for immortality is in full swing. Having pinpointed a likely location on their mysterious map, they ask Kipei Ikoma to investigate it on their behalf. However... Yeah, I don't trust Kipei. Maybe I'm paranoid, I don't know. The next day... Hello, this is Ikoma. I'm calling about the seafloor investigation. I asked an Alma diver to investigate the area because I was keen to get results as soon as possible. However, she has not returned. Date unknown, August 1980-something, morning Issei Bay, offshore. Which is why we're headed out there ourselves to assess the situation. We have nothing else to do after all.
So, he asked an Alma diver to investigate the seafloor in the area.
I guess in a place like this, it would be faster to hire an Alma than a regular diver. Even in this age, you can still get some Almas to do contracted dives, huh? It appears she was contracted to investigate for about an hour, at which point she was to return, even if empty-handed. I suppose the intent was just for her to survey the area to start with.
However, several hours passed with no word from the diver. I can see why Ikoma's worried.
We'll start by checking out the location. We can request a police search after if need be. Searchy, you have a bad feeling about this?
I do. Ever since we first heard about this.
I see.
There's a strong negative spirit energy in the air that has only intensified as we approach the spot. Something happened here.
The diver didn't make it back. Is it safe for us to go?
I have a talisman that repels evil. It should be fine.
Well, if you say so. Worst comes to worst, we'll reunite in the afterlife.
Understood. Leave it to me.
Bum bum bum.
There's something there!
That must be the Alma diver's boat. There doesn't appear to be anyone around. How unsettling.
You're right. There's something terrible here.
Is it really that bad?
It is. I can tell even from this distance. It's coming from the bucket. It's saturated with sinister spiritual energy. There's some real powerful curse inside.
Inside the bucket? Does that mean the Alma diver found something on the seafloor and brought it up to the surface? Oh, it's the thingy on the map. And perhaps succumbed to the curse while trying to get it out?
Yes, unfortunately. As we cannot say for certain what misfortune this curse may call forth, I need you to remain cautious.
Can you dispel curses, Searchy?
It depends on the curse itself, but I believe I may be able to handle one of this caliber.
That's a relief. Is it really safe for us to approach that boat, though?
Yes, it's fine. For me, at least.
Understood. If anything happens to me, then I'll leave the rest to you.
There's a small metal box in the bucket. This has to be the source.
Can we take it?
Yes, provided I can overpower the malice it's engulfed in. And that was it. It should be safe to touch now. I'll leave that part to you.
No problem. It's pretty heavy. What do you think this box is exactly?
It appears to be quite old. It likely dates back to the same time period as your map. Here, take a look at the symbol on the top of the box. Do you recognize it from anywhere?
It's that strange symbol we saw on the map.
It's thus fair to say that the map was leading us towards this exact box.
That only makes its identity all the more intriguing.
Do you think that contains the curse?
Oh. There's some strange lines on the side. Perhaps it's some sort of pattern. It appears to open from the top, but it's not budging at all. It would take quite a lot of strength to force it open.
I believe this box has been sealed with powerful spiritual energy. It was probably sealed by a skilled sorcerer a long time ago. I doubt it'll open by any normal means.
I can feel something shifting whenever I turn it. There must be some kind of mechanism inside.
And then I suppose you'll want to align the box with the spiritual energy of this place.
In English, please?
It is likely that the mechanism for unlocking the box is activated by orientating the box in the right directions in the right order.
I see. So I have to figure out where to point it. Leave it to me! Take out the box. Now then, how to open this metal box? I should investigate the box and rotate it so I can get a good look at all four sides. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is 1. And the other side has 2. And this side has 3. And the other side has 4. Okay. Put the box away. Let's look at the map. Do we have 1, 2, 3, 4 on the map? No. We do not. Think. I have to orient the box in the right direction, but what is the right way? The patterns on the box's side are quite intriguing. They must be related to the solution somehow.
It's probably the skyline. Or something. It looks like it would be the skyline. Just my thought. Like right about there. Oh, I felt something move inside the box. I must be on the right track.
Nice! Keep at it.
Second one. Doesn't look like that's here. Alright, I'm on fire! That's 2! Number 3. Number 3. This looks like number 3 to me. What about you? There we go. It's here! I found it!
Good job. Just one left.
Okay, we need like a little bumpy in the water. Must be this, but I'm missing an island. Yes, it's open!
Congratulations. What's inside?
Let's see. Huh? What's this? Ew. Some kind of small wooden carving? Looks like suffering fish.
Oh.
Curse stone acquired. Curse of the forsaken fish.
Oh my. Whoa! Something came out! What is this? Make it stop! Terrible pain. I want to go. A deep and painful, resentful memory has invaded my mind. Be as fish, perish. You've acquired the curse of the forsaken fish, curse them. You can use it to turn people into fish and kill them when they're submerged in the water of Issei Bay. It can even be used at a distance, provided the target meets the requirements. Press the Use Curse button when you wish to use the curse. Huh. Interesting. And that guy wanted that curse. The CEO, remember? Wanted the curse. A curse born from the final moments of Hayase, a mermaid brutally tortured to death by humans on Taishima around 400 years ago. The curse has the power to kill any humans submerged in the waters of Issei Bay by gradually turning them into a fish, starting from their feet. However, the excruciating pain suffered during the transformation often results in them dying before the metamorphosis is complete. The bodies of those who succumb to the curse decay almost instantly, shriveling up into desiccated, fibrous masses. The curse can also be triggered remotely, provided that the curse bearer knows their victim's exact location. Mermaids inherently possess the ability to turn humans into fish at will. The curse of the forsaken fish is the result of that ability being turned into a conditional curse and sealed within a curse stone. Creepy. Enjoy your dinner as well. Oh, you actually broken your leg? You have your... Oh, that's exciting though. A stage show, certainly. Holy shit. So how many people are going to be watching? He's... what the hell was that?
I'm not certain. But I believe we may have just acquired a cursed tool known as a curse stone. However, they are rarely possessed by such powerful curse echoes. How lucky!
If you truly are congratulating me, then I'll happily celebrate with you, but can I ask you something first?
Of course.
Am I cursed? Am I going to die?
I wouldn't say you're cursed, per se. There was a similar case in Tokyo last year.
Hold on for a minute. I can't think straight. This is far too overwhelming. An incredible amount of information flooded my mind just now. I need a moment to settle before I can take in anything else.
You must mean the resentful memory held by the curse. It's a phenomenon wherein the events leading up to the curse forming are passed on to the curse bearer, so that its grudge will spread. Oh, and curse bearer refers to someone who's haunted by a curse echo and thus able to use the curse.
Stop! I already told you I can't take any new information. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Okay, we're now the curse bearer. Curse echo. Curse echoes are the visual manifestations of curses. These manifestations are fundamentally related to the origin of the curse. They do not always take the same shape, sometimes appearing in a more abstract or disfigured form instead. Unlike spirits, they are manifested illusions, and as such have no consciousness of their own. A person afflicted by a curse that has a curse echo is called a curse bearer. Even among curses, a curse that contains a curse echo should be considered very powerful in and of itself. Ordinarily, those with no spirit sense would not be able to perceive a curse echo, but such individuals who become curse bearers by coming into possession of a curse stone or some other means can see other curse echoes. Scary. I think I just learned why Taishima sunk 400 years ago. Let me sort out all that first.
Really? Tell me!
Yeah. Give me a minute. Toba City. So is he going to tell us now? Why Taishima sunk? Maybe the little lumpy that was missing, the island was Taishima. Thank you for investigating the situation for me. I don't trust this guy. I was involved in an accident many years ago, so I can't bring myself to go out to sea anymore. You've been a tremendous help. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. We actually got our hands on something quite valuable, so we owe you thanks as well. That's great. I'd love to hear more about what you discovered, if you don't mind. Of course. Maybe I'm wrong, but this guy looks like hella sus to me.
Will he believe us if we suddenly start talking about curses?
Can we just not bring it up?
You think you can explain it all without bringing them up?
Well, we'll see how far we get. Alright, she still says the same stuff. Talk about the Alma Diver. The diver I hired to perform the search was an Alma diver living in Toba City by the name of Tamiko Suma. I thought there was no way we could pull off the search, but that's when she agreed to take on my request. I feel terrible about what happened. I can only hope that she's still out there somewhere, unharmed. She had no way of knowing how dangerous this job was. Please, I am the one who sent her out there. If there is blame to take, it is mine. But still, what exactly happened out there? About that, let's start with this metal box the Alma diver found. Please do. It appears Miss Suma decided to take on my commission alone and set out to sea by herself. Perhaps things would have ended differently if there had been a boatman with her. So, basically, this is a wooden carving we found inside the metal box. I see. So your map indicated the location of this wooden carving. We believe so. The question is why? Why go all the way to not just hide it, but to conceal the map in a mermaid mummy? How very intriguing. I suppose a carving like that would have had some value back in the day, but to go through all the effort to preserve it like this? I believe that what was preserved was not the carving itself, but the mermaid's memory that was stored inside the curse. Dun dun dun! A curse? Dun dun what now? That's right. In other words, the one who made that box entrusted it with a message, and we are the recipients. Please calm down. I am feeling quite lost.
I know you're quite excited, but I think we have no choice but to start explaining the curse.
That's right. It's curse chit-chat time. You may be a bit too rational to believe what I'm about to tell you, Mystery Coma, but even so, I ask that you try your best. Huh? If you're ready to hear it, I'm ready to say it. Come, give me your answer in the next 3 seconds. 3. I am prepared. Please do tell me. They are, right? This is a funny dynamic. I see. So the Taishima mermaid, known as Hayase, was killed by raiders. The hatred she left behind became a curse that entered this wooden carving. You, Avi, then inherited her curse in addition to information from 400 years ago in the form of a resentful memory.
You absorbed all of that quite efficiently. I'm impressed.
This is actually not the first time I've heard of what can happen if one touches a curse stone. Oh? Yes, but let's save that conversation for later. I think he might be a curse bearer. I don't trust him much. More importantly, you know what actually went down on Taishima 400 years ago. That's right. I know the truth. All of it. What happened, what didn't, I know it. You seem a bit frazzled. Do you need more time to collect your thoughts? There's no need to worry. I'm prepared, but it will take some time to explain. I don't trust him at all.
He accepted the supernatural aspects of our story quite quickly.
Well, he did already believe in mermaids, after all. I don't trust this guy for shit. It appears Miss Suma decided this is the same dialogue. We already read this dialogue. He may look scary, but his demeanor is surprisingly gentle and kind. He's a very polite young man. People like him tend to be misunderstood because they're a little awkward. You must struggle with that kind of thing a lot. That reminds me, I meant to ask about that metal box. If it's been lying on the seafloor for 400 years, how come it wasn't discovered until now?
It was most likely sealed inside a rock or something until a few months ago.
So it was sealed away until a certain amount of time had passed.
No. I believe the box's unsealing may have been triggered by something.
By Sato. It's time to reveal what truly happened 400 years ago to Taishima and the mermaids! Please, do tell. Let's find out. Around 400 years ago, the area of Shima province, which included Taishima, was governed by the Kuki clan. The leader of the clan at the time was Kuki Sumitaka, and it was his duty to protect the secret of the 3 mermaids living on Taishima. That must have been Sobei, Nagame, and Hayase. They're a bit kooky, the Kuki clan. However, the legend that eating mermaid flesh could grant immortal life was well known. So he secretly hid them on Taishima so no one would learn about their existence. It appears that Sumitaka thought of the mermaids as a sacred or divine existence. The thought of seeking immortality for himself likely never even crossed his mind. The land where the mermaids lived was a sanctuary that he fiercely protected at all cost. In other words, Taishima was an island where people worshipped the mermaids in secret? Indeed. It meant the people living on the island were not simple commoners, but guards, tasked with protecting the sanctuary and its mermaids. Sumitaka was so dedicated to keeping the mermaids secret that he kept the existence of Taishima out of all historical records. The public believed the island was entirely uninhabited. I see. By keeping its existence hidden, he was able to keep the mermaids safe. However, a vassal of Sumitaka's uncle Yoshitaka learned about the mermaids on Taishima. He passed this information to Yoshitaka, who believed obtaining immortality was a must to rise to the top in an era that was often plagued by war. He commanded his vassal to lead his army to Taishima and do whatever he had to do to return with the flesh of a mermaid. Sumitaka and those on the island resisted, but the invading army was far too powerful. The island was swiftly overrun. Ultimately, Hayase was captured and brought before the vassal. The vassal tortured her, demanding she grant him the power of immortality. But Hayase did not yield, even to the most hellish torments. She screamed and cursed with despair and anger until her dying breath.
That's horrible.
The hatred Hayase felt at the moment of her death led to the creation of the curse of the Forsaken Fish. And that's what I learned from the resentful memory inside the curse stone. But to be honest, that's only half.
Half of what?
Half of the memories. The other half is the memories of the one who left behind the metal box. Namely, the story of how the curse of the Forsaken Fish became a curse stone. Do we have to tell him? I don't really want to tell him. Yeah, this is the same.
He accepted the supernatural aspects of our story quite quickly.
We already knew that. Have to tell him, that's annoying. Having failed to obtain immortality, the vassal flew into a rage. He had all inhabitants of Taishima slaughtered as revenge for keeping the secret.
And this guy was the worst.
Finally, he continued his advance into the sanctuary. The islanders had protected it down to their last man, and there, he destroyed its shrine. What irony that he came so close to the secret he'd been so desperate to find.
Are you saying the other 2 mermaids were still in the sanctuary?
No, they'd already fled Taishima. Actually, there were 2 other survivors. Sumitaka's adopted daughter, Princess Hatsune, also escaped the chaos of the invasion unscathed. There was one other islander who managed to survive as well, taking with him the treasure the mermaids had protected.
The mermaid's treasure.
And this may shed some light on the descendant you spoke of earlier.
Of course, she must be a descendant of the man that escaped that day.
And we now know she was correct when she spoke of 3 mermaids living on Taishima.
So we do.
Putting descendants aside for now, let's return to 400 years ago. The vassal's invasion and destruction of the sanctuary was likely a trigger. As a reaction to the sanctuary's fate and their own ill-deserved deaths, the sorrow and hatred of the islanders swirled together and formed into the curse of the raging waves, a natural disaster that shook the heavens when it descended upon Taishima. The curse bombarded Taishima with violent winds, earthquakes, thunder. Then, in a final act to protect Taishima's lost sanctuary, they sank it into the sea to destroy all evidence of it ever existing.
They destroyed it?
The small island of Taishima sunk swiftly under the waves. The vassal and all of its men were, of course, all killed thanks to the curse. But one problem remained.
That wasn't the end of it?
Why do you have to tell this creepy guy everything? Taishima was destroyed by the natural disasters caused by the curse of the raging waves. But the calamity continued for many days, and must have seemed as though it would never end.
I can't imagine how terrifying it must have been.
Sumitaka even sought out a famous onmyoji to dispel the curse, but he was unsuccessful. The curse would eventually sink to the bottom of the sea alongside the sanctuary and be sealed there. Only then did the calamity end. Yet it appears this curse was so powerful that it required a sacrifice to be truly sealed. It's the princess and the princess's Osaten.
A sacrifice?
Not just any sacrifice, but a living one. Princess Hatsune offered herself up to be that sacrifice.
You said she was Sumitaka's adopted daughter, yes? And that she lived on Taishima? That appears to be the case. Sumitaka was evidently so taken with her that he decided to adopt her. The rumor that she threw herself down a well was likely spread to cover up the real cause of her death.
So Princess Hatsune was actually sacrificed. And the seal would hold for 400 years. They must have hoped that the curse itself would fade during that time too. However, the curse of the forsaken fish created by Hayase also continued to linger in the same place. So the onmyoji sealed it inside the wooden carving, turning it into a curse stone. And then the same onmyoji, knowing that the seal would only last 400 years, stored his memories within the curse stone to pass on this information.
He wished to pass down his knowledge for others to use in the event the curse outlasted the 400-year lifespan of the seal. He left behind instructions on how to completely dispel the curse of the raging waves.
Indeed. I've compiled it all in my files. So how do we dispel it? Okay. In the event that the curse did not fade during the 400 years it was sealed, the onmyoji originally responsible for sealing the curse left behind a plan to dispel it. It was his belief that the curse's power would have weakened enough by that point that performing the following steps would be enough to lift the curse completely. First, thou must unbind my seal, risen from the depths with the iron box. Second, thou must offer the still-tied mirror bequeathed by the sacrifice to the sanctuary. Third, let those who share blood with the lost souls of Taishima be the ones to offer appeasement. Oh. Okay. So we need Yuta. So that's what happened. And that wraps it up. I got all that information beamed into my brain in a flash. And yet I still managed to present it as an enticing narrative, eh? How amazing was that?
You're utterly astounding. Wow. Incredible.
I could also make her sarcastic if I would want to, but let's not. Okay, this is the same thing with the files. Okay, so this is all the same stuff. I think we need to think and then talk to this guy more. Yeah, we need to think and talk to him more. We're in Ikoma's debt. I suppose we ought to tell him everything we've learned. Didn't we just tell him everything we've learned? We're currently at the mouth of Kamo River. There's a residential area further upstream. It seems Mr. Ikoma had just arrived in Toba, so we managed to meet up without any problems. Yeah, so I think when they tried to originally dispel the curse with the mirror, they missed the other step. The curse of the forsaken fish was still sealed away. So that must be a big part of the issue, too. After Miss Suma found the metal box, you mean to tell me she's died?
It is likely. If we consider that the curse of the forsaken fish had completely saturated the metal box, it is likely already too late for her.
How horrible. Since she likely turned into a fish and died soon after, there's a high chance her transformed body will wash up on shore soon. I compiled all the details of the story in these files, so feel free to go over it at your own pace. Oh, thank you.
Wait a second.
Something wrong?
Avi, if someone is affected by the curse of the forsaken fish, the transformation starts at the feet and travels slowly up, yes?
I believe so, though it's hard to say for sure without witnessing it.
If it is true, then that may explain the true identity of the fish mermaids discovered in this area. It could have been the bodies of those who died in the middle of transforming due to the curse of the forsaken fish.
That's a convincing theory. Fish mermaids have been recorded as having only human heads or faces, or appearing human just from the chest or shoulders up. If the curse starts at the feet and travels upward, that would explain the variety of fish mermaids that have appeared.
The process is so painful that most die mid-transformation. And then the curse causes the corpse to rapidly wither, forming a fibrous mass. It may even be the true identity of your mermaid, Mummy.
Interesting. Still, without analyzing it directly, there's no way to know for certain. But perhaps this is why the mermaid mummies originating from Japan are such high quality. This guy's a creep. I don't trust him at all.
Of course, this doesn't mean that all fish mermaids and fish mummies are authentic.
But it means there's a possibility. Well, mermaid beef jerky.
Any number of fish mermaids could actually be victims of this curse.
Okay, that's it with searching.
Actually, I just remembered there were 2 points from your tale I wanted to discuss.
About the events 400 years ago?
My first point concerns the vassal who tortured the mermaid in an attempt to obtain immortality. If all he needed was the mermaid's flesh, what necessity would there be in torturing her?
Oh, that's true. It could mean that the vassal ate the mermaid's flesh, but didn't become immortal. So he tortured her to figure out why. And he's like creepily listening too.
As for this second observation, I have a theory about the area you described as the sanctuary. Could it possibly be referring to an entrance to Ryugu?
Ryugu?
It is sometimes also referred to as the Eternal World, or the world beyond. In some legends, mermaids are priestesses who serve as the ruler of Ryugu, the god of the sea.
I see. If the sanctuary was actually an entrance to Ryugu, then that could mean that the mermaids were not living on Taishima, but merely traveling there from Ryugu.
Yes, I believe that to be the case. It would also explain why the destruction of this sanctuary would inspire the fury of the god of the sea.
Why are we telling him everything?
To be honest, it's difficult to believe that the grudges of the inhabitants of Taishima would be enough to explain what happened. How could they possibly engender a curse powerful enough to sink an island and linger for more than 400 years? However, it is quite easy to believe that a curse from Ryugu could maintain such power.
And that also explains the necessity of a living sacrifice. Of course, one would be required to seal an entrance to Ryugu. But if it's the entrance to Ryugu that was sealed, what became of the 2 mermaids that fled Taishima?
I doubt Sobei and Nagame managed to return to Ryugu. I believe they have been living here in the human world for the past 400 years, waiting for the seal to be lifted. They just hid somewhere away from human eyes.
If that's true, then they've been successfully hiding for over 400 years.
Of course. If they were to hide themselves at the bottom of the sea, it'd be practically impossible to find them. It's also possible they've been wandering the globe rather than lingering in one place.
I could explain all the mermaid sightings around the world. It could all be these same two.
All this discussion of hiding made me realize something.
What is it?
Do you recall the story Mystery Coma told us yesterday of the mermaid who became human?
Ah. Are you suggesting she decided to join human society because she could not return to Ryukyu?
It is a possibility we should consider, yes.
But that occurred only a few decades ago. Why would she decide to become human just before the seal was released?
Perhaps her circumstances changed. We can only speculate on the motivations of someone who's lived for centuries. It is possible she did not feel compelled but decided to become human out of her own desire.
Could she have met someone she wanted to live a mortal life with, like in The Little Mermaid?
That is certainly possible, and quite romantic too.
I'll have to write this down to make a solid novel.
Oh, I've just realized something.
What is it?
You heard about this mermaid from the descendant of the Taishima survivor, yes?
That's correct. I feel it's only right that they're informed of the things we've learned. We'd love to talk to her. We're quite curious about this mermaid treasure, too. It must have been passed down to them through the generations. I understand. I'll probably drop by her place later anyway, since I also have to handle the matter with Miss Tsuma. I'll discuss it with her then. Thanks. That'd be great. That said, in return, I have a favor to ask of you. Go ahead. We'll do whatever we can. You said that the seal over the entrance to Ryukyu has been lifted. Is that correct?
Yes. It has most likely been gone for several months now.
Really?
A horrible curse has been swirling around the area where Taishima used to be. It's possible that curse is the curse of the raging waves, and it surged up from Ryukyu once more now that the seal has been lifted. The fact we were able to open the metal box is proof enough that the seal has faded.
That would mean the entrance to Ryukyu is now open.
Well, the situation's quite unstable now, what with the curse of the raging waves seeping in through the entrance.
At any rate, what do you want us to do? There is an island called Kamishima that is located quite close to where Taishima once was. There is something I would like you to do for me there. This request does in fact have some relation to our current conversation. Oh? Avi's a bit of a knucklehead. Date unknown. Toba City Ryokan guest room. I really don't trust the CEO guy.
Now then, Avi. We decided to tell Ikoma everything, but I know there is some information you kept from him.
Oh, did I?
Yes. Something from the mermaid's memories. The real way to obtain immortality.
That's right. I see no reason to inform him about it. After all, no matter what he may say about tourist attractions, this guy's also after immortality. I saw him straighten up when you talked about the mermaid being tortured because her captor required more than her flesh for immortality.
Are you sure? I thought his goal, if he even had one, was to quell the curse of the raging waves.
No way. I think he's maybe the other guy that's after Sato. That's what I think. We'll see. Perhaps there's that too. He even asked us to go to Kamishima and find the still-tied mirror in his stead. He did mention lifting the curse required the mirror as well as the help of the Taishima descendant, right?
There was also something about lifting a seal first, but I don't know what that part's all about.
Well, I see no harm in quelling the curse, so I say we continue to cooperate for now.
Agreed. Though I do wish we did not have to approach Kamishima at all. The evil atmosphere is nauseating.
However, we must consider the possibility that Ikoma actually has his eyes set on the mermaids in Ryugu. It's possible he may be searching for mermaids like us. I suppose that discussion can wait for later. First, we must find the treasure that the survivor managed to slip out of Taishima.
You mean the treasure required in addition to mermaid flesh when attempting to gain immortality?
Yes. It's a treasure known as a tamatebako. Mermaid flesh has to be put inside and purified by it to have any effect. So, provided one has both the flesh of a human mermaid and a tamatebako, then immortality is indeed attainable. Boom. Okay. The tamatebako. Oh my.
If we could meet with a Taishima descendant, they could probably provide us with information on the tamatebako.
I concur. If we could get our hands on the tamatebako, we wouldn't have to worry about Ikoma. However, it's likely he's wary of us and will keep us from meeting the descendant.
At the very least, we know he's cautious enough to keep her name secret. Well, that's why I asked him to hand her a little souvenir.
What was that all about anyway? You sure we're not going to need that iron box?
I doubt we will need it again. Plus, you can think of it as a backup plan.
Regardless of what happens, we'll be able to meet with a descendant tomorrow. Let's get our hands on that mermaid treasure. Time to find a tamatebako.
Okay.
Ooh. We got a new one. Do you guys want to go to Sato's here? Let's go to Sato's. Yeah, let's go to... Oh, it's Yumeiko's. Sorry, I thought it was Sato's. It's Yumeiko's. Let's go to Yumeiko's. Yumeiko and her partner learn about the threat of the curse of the raging waves encroaching upon Kamishima and head over to warn the island. He is still decapitated, the character from the start. We haven't gotten the new ending yet.
The Wakamura residence is just up the slope after you head through that alley there. It's a bit of a maze though, so do you want me to show you?
Ah, so it was that way. Thank you. We should be fine by ourselves, I think.
Got it. Well, take care then.
Oh, this is her vision. Oh my. What the hell? Ma'am?
Is something the matter? No, it's nothing. I'll tell you later.
Oh my. Does she have like mermaid vision or what? Does she have mermaid vision? That's spooky. Maybe it's mermaid vision. Kamishima Wakamura Residence. Let me get this straight. You're with the police? And you expect me to warn everyone on the island that a huge storm is on its way and get them ready to face it?
That's it in a nutshell. I'm so glad you understand.
It is about the curse of the raging waves? Way ahead of you there. I've been warning them for ages.
Well, now, you know about the curse? Can it be that a certain sorcerer acquaintance of yours told you about it?
That's right. Unlike you phony psychics who crawl out of the woodwork every other week, my instructor's the real deal.
In that case, I expect this instructor also knows how the curse can be lifted.
Nope, hasn't got that far yet. But it's not for lack of trying. Why? You saying you know a way to break it?
Unfortunately, no. We've yet to determine the exact method for bringing it to an end.
We are not without the means to do so, but first we require a map concealed in a mummified mermaid. Might you know of it? A mummified mermaid? What are you on about? This is some kind of ruse. I know there was something fishy about you. What are you really after? Go on, out with it.
I assure you, we wish only to lift the curse plaguing Kamishima. Would you be prepared to assist us in our efforts?
A likely story. Trying to pull one over on old Wakamura, are we? Better than you have tried. How's this? I'm not telling you another word. We're done here, understand? I don't have time to listen to this hogwash anyhow. I've got business to attend on the mainland, so off with you. Leave me in peace.
Well, that's a shame, but I suppose there's nothing we can do. In any case, please do contact us if you learn anything that might be of use.
Yeah, she's off. Is she gonna tell us why she has some weird x-ray vision on Sato now?
Not very cooperative, is he? I don't see why he's so suspicious.
He had his hackles up from the first. Perhaps he's so accustomed to dealing with rough customers that he can't believe anyone would be sincere. However, he does seem to be as interested in breaking the curse of the raising waves as we are.
True, and a sorcerer of his must have some psychic ability if they were able to perceive the curse. I wish I'd thought to ask their name.
Oh, I think I have an idea of who it might be. It's a small world, this industry.
Oh, really?
Mr. Yamashina called them a big shot who's appeared on television, and I recognized their mark on the implements in Wakamura's room. It must be Suigan Gamyodo.
Gamyodo? Never heard of him.
No, they used to make frequent appearances on occult programs, though they always hid their face on camera.
Sorry, it's really not ringing any bells.
Well, lately they seem to be raking in a fortune as a corporate consultant for hire. Their powers have a reputation for being accurate and potent, and their popularity has grown to the point where they can essentially name their price.
If they're that good, maybe we should let them take care of the curse of the raging waves for us.
Perhaps I should mention, Gamyodo's popularity has reached such heights only very recently. Up until last year, they had a very poor reputation amongst others in the industry. In fact, as I recall, on the list of notable psychics kept by the Paranormal Affairs Bureau, they were given the lowest rank. In other words, they were put on the same level as sham mediums riding the wave of the occult boom.
I'd forgotten about that list.
While their sudden rise to fame and fortune after changing up their business at the end of last year is certainly suspicious, I am more concerned about the possibility that they're using a harmful curse to suit the needs of the highest bidder. Regardless, I'm not sure I would trust them to handle this affair on their own.
You never know. Maybe they just had a change of heart and started training seriously.
Even so, I highly doubt they would have time in their busy schedule to venture out here and solve this case in our stead. Okay, profile's updated.
You're the girl who showed us the way earlier. Good thing I caught you. Mind if we have a word? Actually, I'd rather not. I'm afraid you don't really have a choice, because I already know that you're an 800-year immortal. What are you talking about? Don't even bother. That shocked look has already given you away. Besides, you have nothing to fear. Your secret's safe with me. Come on, let's take this somewhere more private.
Oh boy, everybody's after Sato. Poor Sato, though. Literally everybody's after her. Kind of spooky.
So in short, when you came to, you'd been washed up on the shore of the bay. Wakamura took you in. And that's as far back as your memories go. You don't remember anything about your life before that, not even why you became immortal. No, except I'm pretty sure I was forced to eat mermaid flesh by someone. But you don't know when or why. No.
So you've only recently woken up, and you have no idea where you were or what you were doing before that.
Pretty much. I get the feeling I was in a kind of deep sleep at the bottom of the sea for like a few hundred years. But I've got no clue why, or how, or what led up to it.
Interesting. Well, how about we go over the facts one by one, just to make sure we're on the same page?
Oh, okay.
This is so weird. I don't know exactly what this vision ability does. Is it just like for mermaids? Is it for immortals? I wonder if Wakamura knows about her immortality. He seems to be her guardian. If he does know, and he let it slip to Yamashina about it, that could become a problem. It's just one thing after another. What are we to do about her? Now, am I right in thinking you didn't eat mermaid flesh and go straight to sleep? You were up and about for a few years in between, at least.
I think so.
What interests me is the fact that you were already familiar with the term 800-year immortal. It's not a widely known concept. You must have been in a unique position to acquire knowledge of it before you went to sleep.
Yeah, I have a vague memory of being told that's what we're called. But I don't know when that happened, or where, let alone who it was.
Maybe you'll remember in more detail if we touch on some other topics.
Guess we'll just have to go by process of elimination. Work our way down the list till we get a hit.
Come to think of it, I'd say it's about time we introduced ourselves. I'll admit we don't exactly look the part, but the truth is...
You're with the police? Wow! I never would have guessed there was a paranormal affairs department. Honestly, I thought all psychics in this age were frauds. At least, that's the impression I got from watching TV.
To be fair, the majority of them are. But for the record, our department is officially approved by the government.
Really? Huh. Back in my time, psychics were treated as onmyoji, and even held official positions in the Bureau of Onmyo, a public institution.
Oh, you seem to know a lot about that. Were you involved somehow?
Huh? Oh. I explained all that without even thinking. It just came naturally to me. Honestly, I'm as surprised as you are. I guess this means I must have had something to do with the Bureau of Onmyo.
And it seems your memories aren't lost after all. All we have to do is find a way to trigger them.
By the way, I was wondering, how did you know I was an 800-year immortal?
Oh, that! These eyes of mine have what you might call a special ability.
A special ability?
If I look hard enough at someone, I can tell whether they're an ordinary human or an immortal. It's like you have a different colored aura about you.
Really?
Not only that, but it turns out, with a bit of focus, even immortals can tell each other apart. Is that so? Well, she's saying both? That's kind of weird.
Oh, I just meant you look the same as anyone else to me.
I'm not an immortal myself, you know?
Really? I thought for sure you must be, since you seem to know so much about all of this.
Okay, that's the same still.
So anyway, what are a couple of paranormal affairs officials doing on Kamishima?
Working a case, of course. What else? Our job is to resolve incidents caused by curses and paranormal phenomena, and whenever possible, prevent them from occurring. It's up to us to solve the greatest mysteries and do whatever it takes to keep the peace, which is usually a lot.
Wait, does that mean something's happened here?
You don't know, huh?
No, what?
Sounds like we'd better fill you in a bit first. We're working several cases right now, but I'd say only 2 of them are a priority.
2.
Mind you, we've known about the first one for quite some time. The Curse of the Raging Waves. We've come to lift it before it unleashes a huge storm on the southern sea of Kamishima.
The Curse of the Raging Waves?
That's right. Ever heard of it?
No, never.
That's to be expected. I imagine the islanders aren't too fond of discussing the disaster. Anyhow, that situation's ongoing. As for the other priority case...
Right, you mentioned there were 2?
We actually only learned about this one after we arrived on the island today, but... protocol dictates that we have to deal with any 800-year immortals we find.
What do you mean, deal with?
It's not all that difficult to understand. To begin with, 800-year immortals shouldn't exist in this world. And if their existence were to become public knowledge, it would lead to an outbreak of trouble of every kind. Heck, some people are already looking to gain immortality for themselves at all cost.
What?
For the sake of maintaining public order, it's vital that the world remains convinced immortality is just a myth. However...
Stop her, Soto!
What if I don't? What if I don't? Man, why are these people all so evil? But are these people all evil as hell?
Halt! Ah! Can't you just let me go?
Calm down, will you? I hadn't finished. What I was going to say was, I've got no intention of doing anything with you, so don't worry.
Wait, really?
Surprised? But you should know better than anyone why that would be. You might be an 800-year immortal, but your time's nearly up. These eyes never lie. Sato Shiranami, for the first time in centuries, you're standing on death's door. In a matter of a few days, you'll be gone from this world. Am I right? That's not very fair, is it?
Yes. It's exactly as you say. I think. I've only got 2 days left now.
Just 2 more, huh? So, you knew this was coming, but you chose to make a life for yourself on the island even so.
Yeah. I've known all along, from the moment I woke up.
Well, now you know I am prepared to turn a blind eye. In just 48 hours, give or take, you'll fade away, and that'll be that. Of course, you would have to swear to keep your identity a secret to the last. But provided you can keep your word, you're free to go.
I can, and I will. Thank you.
Don't thank me yet. There's another matter I'll be needing your help with, if I'm to leave you be.
Another matter?
That's kind of sad.
Oh, actually, talking about the Bureau of Onmyo brought back another memory. I'm pretty sure it was an Onmyoji who put me to sleep, using some kind of spell to keep me in a state between life and death.
Really? So someone intentionally put you to sleep under the sea? There must have been a good reason for it. From what point are your memories clearest, would you say?
Well, I guess about 3 months ago, when the spell keeping me in that state under the sea wore off.
From when you woke up, then. I see. I know that look. Did you notice something? Not exactly. It simply occurred to me that if her state of, shall we say, suspended animation was lifted while she was in the sea depths, would she not have drowned and resurrected several times over?
Oh, yeah, I did. It was hell. I woke up under the sea, unable to breathe, drowned, and came back, over and over again. It was horrible, and I still remember it, every last second.
Jeez, I'm sorry you had to go through that.
The instant I came back, I'd swim as hard as I could, trying to reach the surface. But even so, I think it took me about 3 days to reach the shore. I lost count of how many times I died down there. And then finally, I came to in Kamishima Bay. Mr. Wakamura found me and took me in. And I've been living here peacefully ever since. No one's ever suspected I'm immortal.
You're sure about that, are you? No one else knows?
Huh? Yeah, I mean, I think so.
Anyhow, I guess that settles the issue of how far back your memories go. If your lifespan's nearly at an end, that must mean you consumed the flesh of a mermaid exactly 800 years ago. Of course, you already knew that, didn't you? Not that you've been forthcoming about it.
Sorry,
Don't apologize. That just proves you know how to hold your tongue. A valuable skill when you've got a secret to keep. Mind you, this fact does put matters in a new light. Say, Soto, what events took place 800 years ago? Let's see, 8 centuries ago from the present day. That would place us midway through the 1180s, when the Heian period was coming to an end. Right about when the Genpei War took place. Of course! The Heike! Exactly. Don't you think there might be a connection? By the way, you wouldn't happen to be concealing anything else, would you?
Huh? No,
It's fine. I'll not pry, just so long as you answer my questions. Alright, next question. You wouldn't happen to know much about the Heike, would you?
The Heike? Why do you ask?
This actually pertains to one of the other cases we're working on, but we've got reason to believe that someone out there is using the curse of the Heike to commit murder.
The curse of the Heike?
Did you hear about those skeletal remains that turned up near here? It was all over the news.
Oh, yeah. I saw that.
Well, we suspect the curse of the Heike may be involved. And seeing as you were alive 800 years ago, I was hoping you might know something about the Heike that could help us. If we're right in thinking that you had ties to the Bureau of Omnio, the timing matches up perfectly.
I might have known once, but nothing's coming to me at the moment.
Really? Shoot. On that note, I too have noticed a potential correlation. There is a legend that tells how Taira no Tadamori was presented with the flesh of a mermaid at Betsuho. Perhaps that was the flesh Sato consumed to gain her immortality. Actually, I'm pretty familiar with that legend myself. And those so-called mermaids that were caught at Betsuho definitely weren't the kind that could make anyone immortal. Oh, is that so? But if you ask me, Sato here couldn't have become immortal by eating mermaid flesh, without the use of a relic called a tamatabako. Now, does that ring any bells?
Huh? Wait, mermaid flesh? In a tamatabako?
Oh, have you remembered something?
Yes, that's it. I was one of the Heike. A man wearing a suit of armor. We were on a boat. And he had the tomatabako. There was mermaid flesh inside it. He wanted me to eat some of it.
A warrior in armor. Could it be? So, sounds like you had ties to the Heike as well. And this man, he was the one who made you eat mermaid flesh.
Yes, I remember now.
What was his name? Do you remember that too?
I think it was Tomo something.
Tomoshige?
That's it! The man's name was Taira no Tomoshige!
Taira no Tomoshige? That was the name of one of Taira no Yorimori's sons. And Yorimori himself was the son of Tadamori's official wife. So you're telling me that Tadamori's grandson forced Sato to eat mermaid flesh? What do we know about this Taira no Tomoshige anyway? Not much, aside from the fact that he was part of the clan's main lineage. History has not seen fit to record his deeds, whatever they may have been. Well, he may not have been one of the clan's famous warriors, but to think you actually knew one of the Heike. You mentioned you were in a boat. Do you recall anything else?
I think we were being chased.
I do not wonder at that. At the end of the Heian period, the Heike were being pursued by the full might of the Genji forces.
I was struck by an arrow, and I fell into the sea and drowned. But by that time, I had already become immortal. Later, I must have resurrected and washed up somewhere along the coast, and I guess that's how I escaped.
What about Tomoshige? Did he eat some of the mermaid flesh too?
I'm not sure. I don't remember that part, but I don't think I encountered him again after that.
If you'll remember, ma'am, that curse echo I witnessed earlier held the famed blade Nukamaru. Perhaps Tomoshige inherited the blade from Yorimori and wielded it with the intent to avenge his clan. After all, future generations would surely have held a memorial service for a warrior of renown like Yorimori, setting his spirit to rest. Tomoshige, on the other hand, is unlikely to have received the same treatment. If so, his hatred may have persisted long after his death, creating the curse of the Heike. It is a distinct possibility.
This curse sounds terrifying.
I have to say, I wasn't expecting a connection here. You know, Sato, it's starting to sound like you're involved in all the incidents that have gone down in these parts over the centuries.
Oh, not by choice.
For starters, only 2 days of her 800-year lifespan remain. She knows it, and yet she's perfectly calm. Seems she's accepted her fate. If so, I suppose there's no harm in letting her go about her business as usual. I'd not take that time away from her if I can help it. Maybe she eats mermaid flesh again. Would be interesting.
Anyway, I get the feeling this Taira no Tomoshige wasn't a very nice guy. And this curse of his sounds even nastier. Could it really still be active after all this time?
It certainly looks that way. The Heike's resentment is awfully persistent, I hear.
You don't think he could have held a grudge against me, do you?
Who knows? That would depend on your relationship with him back then.
Oh, man.
However, it appears someone is actively wielding the curse of the Heike at present. Therefore, the targets of the curse would be decided by this individual, whoever they may be.
Another unknown, huh?
Figuring out the origin of the curse is all well and good, but it doesn't help us solve the case. We need to track down the person who's actually using it, or it'll keep happening. Indeed.
Hope you find them soon.
Right now, we're looking for a way to lift the curse of the raging waves. But that's Todo's area of expertise, so I'll leave the explanation to him.
Right. This concerns a legend passed down in my family, the Kiryu clan, over generations. Oh, I should mention, this is something I've pieced together from various sources, so it may not be entirely accurate.
Oh, right.
Long ago, south of Kamishima, there was an island called Taishima. It is said that 400 years ago, it was beset by an earthquake and a tsunami in an event so catastrophic that the island sunk to the seafloor.
Taishima.
However, the truth of the matter is that it was invaded and laid waste to. Then, in the aftermath, the islanders' intense hatred coalesced into the curse of the raging waves, which manifested as a tremendous storm.
I see. 400 years ago. So this would have been towards the end of the Sengoku period, correct?
Yes, ma'am. The Honnoji incident, in which Oda Nobunaga ended his life, took place in 1582, if you'll recall. Following this event, one of my ancestors, an accomplished onmyoji by the name of Harukage Tsuchimikado, sacrificed a young woman, one of the survivors of Taishima, in order to seal away the source of the curse of the raging waves.
An onmyoji? Harukage? Tsuchimikado. Wouldn't that make your ancestor a direct descendant of Abe no Senmei? Sounds to me like you share a bloodline with the onmyoji elite.
Yes and no. While Harukage's powers were potent, he was never affiliated with the Bureau of Onmyoji. In fact, he shunned his illustrious surname early on and left the government service, preferring to uphold peace as a civilian.
So, he was an eccentric and an elite. Gotcha.
Harukage's seal was not permanent, however. It would only endure for 4 centuries.
Wait, you mean...
Yeah,
and this was the last year of peace. Actually, the seal's already broken. Isn't that really bad?
For now, the curse appears to be inert, but the storm could strike at any moment.
Okay, so you need to find the way to seal the curse again. Is that it?
Not seal it, break it. We're here to put an end to this curse for good. Shouldn't be too difficult. It's bound to have weakened a bit after 400 years. Indeed, that seems to have been Harukage's plan, for legend tells. And he left behind instructions, detailing how the curse could be lifted after 400 years had elapsed. However, the map that would have led us to these instructions has been lost.
Oh no.
It seems they were once concealed inside a model of a mummified mermaid. Yet over time, this fact was forgotten, and at some point in my family's history, the object in question was sold to a foreign buyer.
But if you don't have the map, then what are you gonna do?
Well, we were hoping to find some clues as to the map's whereabouts here on Kamishima.
But we've had no luck so far, and I reckon we've hit a dead end. I see. Apparently, Wakamuru's been trying to find a way to end the curse of the raging waves himself. He told us he'd already warned the islanders about the impending danger, and refused to have anything more to do with us. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I just hope that'll be the end of it, but this is one job I can't afford to foist off on anyone else. Not entirely, anyway. Apparently... Oh, this is the same. Whoops, same dialogue. But first, before I forget... Yes? Keep our meeting today a secret, and don't let on to anyone that you know about the curse of the raging waves. Okay. People will get suspicious otherwise. Even if Wakamura tells you about it, be sure to act surprised. I figure that shouldn't be too difficult for you. You're an experienced secret keeper after all. I don't know about that, but I'll do my best. I'm not an immortal myself, you know. Really? I thought for sure you must be.
since you seem to know so much about all of this.
Okay, we already know that. For starters, only two... Okay, we already did this dialogue too. Maybe she needs to talk to him. It appears she has a lot of gaps in her memory. Having never encountered an 800-year immortal before, I must confess I'm bursting with questions. How does such a lifespan impact the structure of their brains and memories? It would be fascinating to find out. Only 2 days left to live. What would it be like to greet death after living 800 years estranged from it? I can hardly imagine. It is surely beyond any mortal to understand. And this is the southeastern coast of the island. We've got it all to ourselves right now. There's no mockingbird anywhere either, is there? Now, there's something I'd like you to try and remember for me.
Me? But
Humor me, okay? Doesn't the story behind the curse of the raging waves ring any bells?
why should it?
The girl who was sacrificed in order to seal away the curse of the raging waves 4 centuries ago. Might that not have been you, Sato Shiranami?
What?
You have said yourself that it was an Onmyoji who put you in that state of deep slumber on the seafloor. Does it not seem highly probable that you were the sacrifice who's held back the curse for the past 400 years?
Oh man, You're right! That was me!
I knew it!
I'm sorry. I can't. No more. I can't do this anymore.
What's the matter with you? Get a hold of yourself! Is it that painful to remember? We didn't come here to ask you to sacrifice yourself again, if that's what you're worried about. All those years under the sea can't have been easy on her, you know. She wasn't really asleep. Her brain would have still been active. Moreover, there's a limit to how many memories the human brain can hold. I would estimate the maximum capacity to be about 100 years worth of. Are you saying she remembers being in that state under the sea? In a sense, I presume her memory is filled with stretches of utter darkness, her view of the sea depths. Any memories from before that time have likely been pushed deep into her subconscious. Then maybe they're not gone for good. There's a chance she'll remember more. We just need to find the right trigger. We're gonna harass this poor child.
Sorry. I didn't mean to freak out on you like that. It just took me a second to get over the shock.
Well, it seems my theory about you being the sacrifice was right on the money. But it doesn't look like you'll be able to tell us too much about the past after all.
Guess not. I wish I could have been more help.
800-year-old child getting bullied.
But, does this mean the seal broke because I woke up?
We cannot be certain of that. Perhaps it was the other way around. The seal may have broken of its own accord, releasing you from your slumber. Either way, it's not your fault, so don't you go blaming yourself for any of this, okay?
Still, if I hadn't...
Listen, your sacrifice kept the curse at bay for 4 whole centuries. That's half of your extended lifespan. No one could ask more of you than that. The rest is up to Soto. Isn't that right? Yes, but I'm counting on your help as well, ma'am. So, any chance you've remembered something about this curse of the raging waves? Did that Onmyoji, Harukage Tsuchimikado, happen to tell you how it could be lifted?
I'm sorry. All that's come back to me is the fact that I was sacrificed. I don't remember the Onmyoji at all. What kind of person he was, or anything. The most I can remember is that I think he said something about the curse being lifted after 400 years.
And that's all, huh? Well, be sure to let us know if you remember anything else that could help us break the curse.
I will. So, there's something else I'd like to ask you.
Be my guest.
How exactly do you deal with 800-year immortals?
You sure you want to know?
Huh?
Since it's not going to happen to you, there's no reason for you to think about it.
I thought it would be something like taking away their immortality.
Unfortunately, that's downright impossible. Because your original body is long gone, you know.
But then, what else can you do?
You tell her, Soto. Must I always be the one to handle these unpleasant topics? Besides, I see no point in explaining something that she's already painfully familiar with.
What do you mean?
Among the arts we psychics wield is a spell that can place even an immortal into a state of apparent death. Once that is done, they can simply be sealed in an underground vault for the rest of their days.
Wait, what? You mean it's the same thing that happened to me?
Essentially, yes. Except that in your case, it was for the purpose of making you a sacrifice. And you woke up before your lifespan came to an end.
Yikes.
Mind you, neither I nor Soto has ever actually done this to anyone. Though I did hear a rumor that someone was dealt with that way a few decades back. Kind of sadistic. Of course, there have been 800-year immortals who sought ways to become mortal again in the past. But they all failed. Even if they managed to track down the mermaid who gave them their immortality, it was no good. That's why more than a few immortals have ended up living out their long lives in religious seclusion. There's more. Speaking of immortals, there's something else I had to ask you.
Yes?
Now, I'm not certain about this, but I get the feeling that there's another 800-year immortal on Kamishima right now.
What?
Any idea who it might be?
No, I don't have a clue.
Are you sure about that? Because if there's another immortal here, I'll find them eventually, you know. Even if I have to scour the island from end to end. Does that change your answer?
No, I really don't know who it could be.
All right, if you say so. Guess this means I'll have to search the island after all. As if I didn't have enough to deal with. Maybe it's Utah. Well, I'd say that about covers everything. We've talked your ear off long enough. It must be confusing, all this talk of the past. We'll not trouble you any further.
Right. Thank you.
Still, give it a bit of time, and something else might just come back to you. If it does, please let us know. We'll be visiting the island again real soon, so you should have a chance.
Will do. I'll be going then.
Okay, well that was it. So, now what? She's given us much to ponder. To think we'd encounter a living witness. I'd never dreamt it possible. Sure, it was fascinating, but I can't say it did us much good, as far as our investigation is concerned, that is. Besides, she's still hiding something, that one. You think so, ma'am? I do. In fact, I'd bet on it. She might even be up to something. But our primary objective here is to lift the curse of the raging waves. We don't need to start digging into anything else without good reason. On that note, do you really intend to search the island for this other 800-year immortal? Yeah, I figure we might as well look into that too while we're here. Understood. Okay, well, let's
lock somebody up in a dungeon, I guess. That's cool. Oh, there he is. No, go away. Okay, it was not an ending, right? Because I'm still busy. My apologies for the interruption, but there's an important matter I wish to discuss with you. Now then, I believe you've been privy to quite the interesting development. As Yume Koshiki would tell it, Sato Shiranami is not the only 800-year immortal here on Kamishima. And so I would pose you a question. There is indeed one more individual in Kamishima who has made a miraculous return from the dead. You have borne witness to the death and revival of this individual a total of 4 times. With this in mind, allow me to ask, who is the other 800-year immortal on Kamishima? Please tell me their name. Shit. 4 times. Four times. I think it's Yuza. I think it's Yuza. Do you guys think it's Yuza? I think it's Yuza. I think it's Yuza. And he wants to become mortal again. Can I? Foo, I think it's Yuza. Yeah, I think it's Yuza. It's not Azami. And it has to be on the island. It's not her, it's not Tsukasa. I don't think it's Kikuko. I think it's Yuza. Let's try. Correct! The answer is Yuza Minakuchi! To think you got it in one go! You are quite the observant one. Every time Yuza ran out of oxygen while diving, he suffocated to death in the ocean's depths. However, following his demise, he returned to life and was able to continue where he'd left off. It would normally be highly unusual for someone to reach a diver rank of 13 on their first outing. Such a feat would be difficult indeed unless one was unburdened by the fear of failure, or the fear of death. It was his knowledge of his own immortality that led to him displaying such an uncanny degree of confidence. As you may have suspected, Yuza Minakuchi became an 800-year immortal 5 years ago when he was saved by a mermaid. Aw, poor Yuza. He wants to become immortal again. I think that's why he wants to find a mermaid. In truth, help arrived too late that fateful day, and it became the first time he lost his life. I wonder what light this new information will cast on events going forward. And with that, please enjoy the continuation of this tale. My. I don't think we get anything. That was Yuza, yeah. Okay, so let me, okay, here we go. Yuza Minakuchi, accepted fate. So now that we know that Yuza revived, we can go to Yuza. Accepted fate, Yuza Minakuchi. Several days after the night of tragedy, Yuza is lost in his thoughts, alone on the beach. So now we see that he survived. Date unknown, morning, Kamishima coast. It's been 1 week since the night Kamishima was struck by a tragic storm of mysterious attacks. All in all, it resulted in 16 casualties, 7 missing, and 20 buildings totally or partially destroyed. A horrific calamity. Caused a huge stir when news broke about what happened. The culprit responsible for the massacre is still unknown, and the investigation's ongoing. I went diving this morning for the first time since that day. No one's taking their boats out right now, so it was just a short dive from the shore. Oh, that is the creepy people. Oh no, please go away. They're gonna know that we're immortal and they're gonna try to kill us. Can they just go away?
Go away with your creepy immortal vision. Ugh.
And this suspicious pair apparently came here all the way from Tokyo. It seems they have business with me, so they're currently waiting for me to finish diving.
Please go away. Oh my god, can I just go away?
Apparently, I'm gonna be taken into custody.
Man, can we just like run into the sea and swim away or something? Jesus Christ, can these people just fuck off already?
Sometimes I think about the plans we all made to have fun here and wonder how that would have gone if things hadn't turned out the way they did. I guess there's no point in thinking about that now, though.
I wanna go.
I actually finished diving a while ago, but they're not trying to rush me. They seem to be waiting for me to prepare myself. They understand I need some time, so they're kind enough to wait patiently for me.
Can we just go away? Can we just run or something? Man, just go away. Jesus, leave us alone. Can these people just go away?
Unable to bear the tragedy that had befallen Kamishima, Sato Shiranami apparently gave herself over to the assassin and left the island with them. I don't know if whoever sent the assassin got what they wanted in the end. I'm probably never coming back. But either way, they took any chance of my seeing her again with them.
We got a new recollection. And you unlock these things by what's going on, right? See, unlock past recollection, you leave. So you unlock these things as you go through the story.
I doubt I'll ever meet her again. I don't have much to show for my dives today. My catch has been pretty pitiful, to say the least. Looks like I really am hopeless without Azami.
Wait, does Azami also die? Oh, this is the timeline where everybody's dead. Oh shit. So, see, everybody's dead here, murder, but we're gonna eventually, with a true ending, you can usually undo that type of stuff.
Azami and Tsukasa's bodies were found in front of the lighthouse. There's no way of knowing what happened to them now. But I'm told Azami was found collapsed on top of Tsukasa, as though he tried to protect her to the very end. I wouldn't have expected anything less from him. And we still don't know who the culprit behind the massacre, the so-called assassin, was. And the investigation's proceeding under the assumption that it was one of the people who went missing that night. But it seems like it's not making much progress. Amongst other things, they're having to conduct it behind closed doors, so word doesn't get out that it was caused by a curse. And the same night as the attack on Kamishima, a massive storm caused by the curse of the raging waves broke out in the sea to the south of the island. It seems the bronze mirror my mom left wasn't enough to hold back the curse by itself after all. Many of those who attempted to flee the island by boat were caught in the storm and are still missing. The storm descended on Kamishima soon afterwards, and the island was swept by harsh winds and lashing rain for 3 days straight. No one was able to leave their homes, and it caused blackouts and landslides across the island. Several buildings were also completely destroyed. Everyone was made painfully aware just how fearsome the curse of the raging waves is. Combined with the horror of the massacre, the entire ordeal has left a deep scar on those who remain. There's still an eerie rumbling coming from the sea, and no one knows when another storm might strike again. Everyone here is still too on edge to take their boats out to fish, and the ferry service to the island is currently suspended as well. Naturally, no one paid me any mind when I headed out to dive today. And the pair from Tokyo had apparently come to Kamishima to try and find a way to dispel the curse of the raging waves. They were extremely regretful about failing to stop the storm and went around apologizing to everyone in its wake. It seems they're still planning to find a solution, though, and have asked for my cooperation. The storm struck before we could even mourn those who were killed and left the town in tatters. Things are barely functioning right now. Everyone's somehow managing to get by on the aid we're receiving, but
It's apparently going to take years to fully rebuild. Some people fled Kamishima the moment they could, citing what happened as proof of some sort of divine punishment. Most of those who stayed are already trying to put the tragedy behind them and look to the future. And they managed to get back on their feet 5 years ago, so I'm sure they'll be fine this time too. Although they've been bombarded by accusations and demands for them to take responsibility, the Wakamuras have been busy doing what they can. Many people tried to escape the island by sea that night, but most of them ended up getting caught in the storm and going missing. Could the culprit behind the massacre have been among them? Following news reports on the calamity, there was an uptick in unsavory rumors that Kamishima's cursed in some way. But perhaps because of the current occult craze, a bunch of people have expressed interest in visiting once all the restoration work's done. And the mail order service for souvenirs that was set up to help fund recovery efforts has been flooded with orders. After all that happened, I'm once again the only one left alive. Well, I don't know if alive is the right word. I did get my head cut off once by the curse, after all. But to be honest, I just don't have it in me to care anymore. I couldn't fulfill what I set out to do, despite swearing that I'd see it through.
Let me save. I don't want to have this kick me to an ending. You can get kicked to an ending really easy too.
I have nothing left. It seems my fate is in the hands of that pair from Tokyo now. I don't know what they have planned for me, but whatever it is, I intend to accept it.
That's kind of sad. Jesus Christ. Excuse me?
Thank you, everyone. For everything.
Jesus Christ.
Goodbye.
Jesus Christ. That's not okay. Bad. Bad. No. Oh yeah, see? We got Yuzo Minakuchi's bad ending. Per Yuza. So, here's what I think. I think if they die and Sato leaves, you get Yuta's bad ending. It has to be it. Approximately 1 month ago, having only just returned home to Kamishima, Yuzo Minakuchi goes to the roof of the Kantakisha ruins for some time alone, only to find Sato Shiranami there. Oh, I think they were in love. Hi, Petey. Yeah, the couple apparently, she has X-ray vision and she can spot the immortal, so she can see that Sato and Yuza are immortal.
Huh?
And then they take care of the immortals.
There's someone already here? How unusual.
Whoa, you scared me. Darn, I didn't think anyone else would come here.
Oh, I take it I'm not welcome? I didn't think there would be anyone else up here either, so that makes 2 of us.
So, who are you?
I'm Yuza Minakuchi. I recently moved back to Kamishima.
Oh. So, you're that old friend of Tsukasa's, was it?
Yep. I don't think we've spoken before. You're Sato Shiranami, right? Mr. Wakamura's relative? Nice to meet you.
Wait, how do you know who I am? That's kind of creepy.
You're pretty much a talk of the town. I'm sure almost everyone here knows who you are.
Is that so? I'd rather not stand out.
It's a small island. Word spreads quick about who comes and goes.
Sorry, but could you leave me be? I don't feel like talking to anyone.
I see. Well, I just came here to enjoy the view alone. I'll just be over here looking at the sea, so I won't be a bother. That work for you?
Fine.
Sato Shiranami.
I hear she's a relative of Mr. Wakamura, so we'll be staying with him for a while. But apparently no one's heard of her, so the island rumor mill has been working overtime ever since she arrived. Things have calmed down a bit now, but when she first showed up, she knew so little about how things worked that the gossip was that she was some sort of sheltered princess. That, or that she'd been raised by animals. Even now, she spends most of her time cooped up at the Wakamura, so the mystery's only grown. I guess it doesn't really matter, though.
We'll save you, Yuza, eventually.
They built a rest spot for any tourists who come up here, but it doesn't see much use.
I was expecting another bird sticker, but I'm not seeing any bird stickers.
If she really is a relative of Mr. Wakamura's, I wonder what she's doing here. She's 17, just like Tsukasa, but it doesn't seem like she goes to school. I guess it doesn't really matter, though. Now that I have a better look at her, she's really tall. Maybe even taller than Azami, and he's 173 centimeters. She said she doesn't want to stand out, but that's going to be tough at that height. I'd rather not stand that close to her, to be honest. She's been staring at the southern sea this whole time. Could it be she sees something out there?
Let's go stare, too.
You can see all the way from Issei Bay out towards the Enshu Sea from here. It's a really great view. But that doesn't mean I want to share it with anyone. Thankfully, most of the islanders don't come up here that often, so I sometimes come here to unwind. There are a lot of reefs in the area, and the tide is strong, so it can make for tough sailing. But from here, it looks as tranquil as can be.
Hey, Sato.
I said I wouldn't bother her. I should stop staring already. Coming here always helps me clear my mind. Now then, I'm back here after quitting work after just 3 months. I went to a boarding school on the mainland for high school, so it's been about 3.5 years since I actually lived on Kamishima. Nothing's changed. It's almost as if time itself has stopped here. You could say that's one of the good things about living on an isolated island like this. But for me, that means it's just as uncomfortable as ever. Ever since the disaster 5 years ago, people here haven't exactly been subtle about avoiding me. Maybe it's as good a time as any to start seriously looking into my mom. And the processing plant I worked at wasn't a bad place or anything, but working there didn't feel that fulfilling either. I just happened to come across it when I was looking for a job. I've never really been sure what I want to do with my life. Azami has always had a clear goal of becoming a fisherman. To be honest, I've always felt a bit jealous of that. After losing my parents in a disaster 5 years ago, people not only began to avoid me, they avoided talking about my mom as well. At some point, I honestly began to wonder if there was much point in me being alive at all. I've only made it this far because of my gran and Azami. I could never forgive myself if I made the two of them sad. They're the only reason I'm still here, drifting through life. Not that there's much else I can do here. I've got to find some work here soon, or they won't worry about me. I've always been good at swimming, so I've actually been thinking about ama diving as an option. I haven't gone swimming since the disaster, but I wonder if Gran would be happy if I followed in her footsteps and became an ama diver. Maybe I'll start looking into it in secret. Though I'd only be able to do it during the diving season, so I'd still have to find something else. I originally came back here to take care of Gran after her injury, but her condition's improved a lot recently. She can walk around by herself now, and has even been handling the cleaning and the laundry. I wouldn't be surprised if she said she was planning to go back to diving. Kamishima women sure are made of sterner stuff. But I'm still worried about her. You never know what could happen after all. It seems she's been watching a lot of TV recently.
Perhaps because she's had to spend a lot of time at home. She seems a bit bummed that she doesn't have anyone to talk to about her shows, though. Is this how she ended up watching the shows with Grandma? Azami was really happy to hear that I was coming back to Kamishima. He even helped make sure my return would go as smoothly as possible. I can't thank him enough. He's a true friend. On top of that, he's hardworking and kind. It's easy to see why so many people here like him. But he's involved in a bunch of stuff around the island now, so he's much busier than he used to be. It goes without saying we can't mess around like we used to anymore. Tsukasa's also put some distance between herself and us since she started high school. I guess she's a bit self-conscious about things now. I miss hanging out with her, but maybe this is just part of growing up. Still, it's no exaggeration to say that it's all thanks to Azami that I'm able to live here like this. I won't do anything to let him down. Alright then. Time to think on how to make my own way through life from now on. Sure, I have plenty of time, but I don't want to be a burden for any longer than I have to be. On the contrary, if there's some way for me to make a graceful exit and draw the curtains on it all, maybe that would be for the best. And the same thought's been lurking in my mind ever since that day. What's the point in living if I'm just going to cause trouble for Gran and Azami? Time to think on how to make my own way through life from now on. Okay, I think that's all I can do here now. Maybe I'm missing something, but I've already thought through. What am I missing to click? The sunlight. The sun. The sea. Not the sea either. Can we talk to Sato? No. Oh, I don't want to upskirt her. Can I leave? No. Man, what am I missing? I'm stuck. I think I'm stuck. Am I stuck? I think I'm stuck. Yeah, I don't know why we're not allowed to talk to Sato. Be rebellious. Oh, Far Shore. Okay. Found it. You can see all the way across the Yatsumi Peninsula in Aichi from here. I heard this observation post was originally made to oversee Irago on the opposite shore. So I guess it makes sense that it would be built somewhere with a clear view of the area. I think that was it. Oh my god, scared shit out of me, Sato, what the fuck?
Made you jump, didn't I?
Of course you did! Anyone would be startled by someone sneaking up on them like that!
At least you admit it. You can consider that payback for before.
Anyway, did you need something?
Oh, right. I can't focus with someone else around after all, so I want you to leave.
Huh? No, you're the one who should leave. It's fate, an immutable law of the universe that was decided tens of thousands of years ago.
Oh, really? I was here first, though. Isn't first come, first served also an immutable law of the universe?
That's true. Okay, fine. I leave.
Huh?
Wow.
You caved a lot faster than I expected. Still, I kind of feel bad for chasing you off like this. So you can have this Kamishima Maru keychain I picked up over there as well.
Pushing random stuff you picked up off the ground on the others now, eh? Still, who could have thrown such a cute keychain away? Nah, you didn't do anything wrong, but since you're offering... Acquire the keychain. I'll be on my way as promised then. Sorry for the interruption.
Sure.
Huh?
I see. So that's how it is.
Is something wrong?
Oh no, I was just thinking it must be pretty rough. Yeah, pretty rough. Alright. It's none of my business though. Bye!
Whoa, 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 whoa. How am I supposed to just walk away after you say cryptic stuff like that? But if no answers are forthcoming, I'll simply have to be on my way. Later. Sato. Hello, Pimpy. How was the work? Was the work the working? Okay, we still have their whole track to do here. I think we'll unlock other stuff. Do you think we need to be level 15 Alma Diver, guys, or not? I guess we'll go to Arn of Barnum. Let's do a little more diving though. We got a new birdie. This is nice though. Okay, so we only have their story tree left. Arnav. The Tama Tobacco, a treasure required to obtain immortality. Avi assumes that the descendant of Taishima, whom Ikoma knows, has inherited it. He tries to scheme a way to meet them. Hello again! Arnav Barnum's back on the scene. Allow me to summarize. As expected, Ikoma contacted us today, telling us we'd have to wait a little longer before we could meet the descendant. Thus, figuring he had no intention of letting us meet her anyway, we decided to use Searchy's ability to go looking for the descendant ourselves.
Who exactly are you talking to?
I'm merely setting the scene. Really feels like it raises the stakes, no? Makes it feel more like a thrilling adventure.
Sure, you got me all worked up. But I'm trying to concentrate, so could you please stop distracting me?
Oh, right, sorry. Maybe there's another Mockingbird sticker somewhere. And this is the town of Ijika in Toba City. The area is one of many in the area renowned for its Alma drivers. Is there really anything else to look at, is there? She seems focused. Best not to interrupt her now. Search is completely focused on dowsing right now. There are several types of dowsing techniques, but it seems like she's using a pendulum. It would seem that the necklace she wears can be used for such a purpose. The closer you get to the target, the stronger the pendulum swings. Searchy is using her dowsing ability to search for the descendant right now. And what's that? Doesn't her dowsing only allow us to look for spiritual energy? And on top of that, doesn't she have to be familiar with the energy she's looking for? That's right, I was thinking the same thing. However, Searchy was perfectly prepared. Before parting with Ikoma yesterday, she asked him to hand the iron box to the descendant when he paid her a visit. She said the descendant ought to have it since it's so deeply connected to Taishima's history. Ikoma agreed on the matter and would apparently go through with it, assuming he did hand it over. And then the iron box with its massive amount of spiritual energy has fallen right in the lap of her target. Now Searchy just has to use her dowsing to locate the box. At least that's the plan. Okay, so we still have to think more. However, her dowsing's range is limited. With the spiritual energy the iron box possesses, its range is probably just 2 or 3 kilometers. So we had to narrow down the target area somewhat before starting our search. So, any idea where we might start looking for the descendant?
I think... Mr. Ikoma said something about visiting her several times before she finally agreed to talk, didn't he?
He did, which would mean that... She must live close enough for him to have paid her frequent visits.
Yes, exactly. So I think it'd be best to start by searching the towns within Toba.
I see, but there's quite a few towns in the area, right?
About that, when we partied yesterday, Mystery Coma mentioned something else that stuck with me. When you asked to meet the descendant, he said he'd probably drop by later anyway, since he also had to handle the matter with Miss Suma.
Alright, he did say that, so basically... He said it like he would drop by while he was in the area, so they likely lived close to one another.
Yes, I was thinking the same. Those towns with many Alma divers are our top candidates.
So that means we should probably start by searching all the towns in Toba that are home to a lot of Alma divers.
That's right. We can make our way up by searching along the coast for starters.
It'd be nice if we'd at least learn the descendant's name.
We might have a lead on that. Think of your research into the past of this place.
Alright. I believe her name was... Oh god, that's all in the files somewhere, isn't it? Oh, that's such a long time ago. Where is she? It's Mari Somakawa. But it's the... Is that the name she went by? I don't know if that's a name she went by. Oh, here she is. Somikawa. It's still the same. Somikawa! That's what Taishima's survivor was called. If there's any descendants, then they may still bear the same name.
That's right. It's another clue we can follow.
And so we ended up spending the morning traveling along the coast from one fishing town to another. And this is the 4th town we've searched so far. It's about time we actually find something. Okay, let me check in with Searchy. So, Searchy, what's the situation?
Wanna give it a try?
Really? Will it work if it's me?
I'll still be holding the pendulum, but you can see for yourself if you like.
Calling me intrigued. I'm in.
Alright, just like this. I'll hold a pendulum. Direct me to move in different directions to see where it reacts.
Very well. Bring it on.
The pendulum won't respond right away, so the trick is to point it in one direction and then wait a while. Once you find the spot where it reacts the strongest, just shout that you figured it out.
Got it. When it comes to yelling, I'm your guy. Maybe in here? Maybe around the coast there? Or there? There's a house. Oh, that's it. There, right there.
You got it.
So that means it's somewhere up there?
Well, it may still be a bit further out, but at least we figured out what direction to go.
I knew it was about time we hit the right spot. All right, let's follow this thing and see where it leads us.
Right. This is it. It's the apartment furthest back on this building's ground floor.
Got it. Hello? Anybody home?
Wow. You don't hesitate, huh?
We're here on behalf of Mr. Ikoma. No answer. Guess no one's home.
No. I can sense a presence.
Hello? We'd like to talk about the iron box.
What is it? You two. Avi and Searchy, is it? So you're the ones who found that iron box. Yes, that's right. I've never talked to foreigners before. I'm so nervous. I can hardly think straight.
Please, no need to be so tense, Miss Somakawa. I promise we're both harmless and cheerful.
Right.
Allow me to emphasize what an honor it is to meet a descendant of Taishima.
Who's to say that's even true?
I suppose your family must have lived in this town for generations.
Nah, I moved here a couple of years back.
Oh, why's that?
That's got nothing to do with the two of you.
Fair enough. Then, if you don't mind me asking, do you have any other family or relatives, Miss Somikawa?
Why?
Apologies. I was merely wondering if there are any other descendants.
Dunno, but I'm probably the only one left. That too will come to an end soon enough.
Oh, what do you mean by that?
No more than what I said.
So, do you live by yourself here, Miss Somikawa?
That's right.
So this is Miss Somikawa's home. Even with the lights on, it's strangely dark inside. Even though it's daytime, the shutters are kept tightly shut. You can hardly hear any noise from outside either.
Where exactly did you come across this iron box?
I followed this map that was in my family's possession. Supposedly it was left behind by the Onmyoji who sealed away the curse of Taishima.
A map, you say?
It led us to the iron box. It must have been resting at the bottom of Ise Bay. Since it's such a valuable artifact deeply connected to Taishima's lost history, we felt we absolutely had to tell you about it, Miss Somikawa.
Oh, yeah?
If I may say so, I noticed your interest in the iron box. Could it be you already knew of its existence?
I didn't know it was a box, but I'd been told something still remained of the island.
That makes sense.
Speaking of that box, I don't suppose there was something inside.
Yes, inside was a record detailing how Taishima was destroyed, along with information on the curse of the raging waves.
A record?
Oh, allow me to fill you in on the details. And that sums it up. Such a horrid man, wouldn't you say? Massacring the people of Taishima because he wanted to find a mermaid that bad. The grudges left behind by the events coalesced into two separate curses, and ultimately Taishima was destroyed along with everything else. I'm sure it must be excruciating to hear the tale of how your ancestors' home was destroyed. But I believe this story should be passed down so people can learn of Taishima's true history. Wouldn't you agree?
And that was all that was recorded in that box.
She wants us to tell her more. By the way, you may consider this the curious whims of a fantasy author, but would you be able to elucidate me on some of the stories that have been passed down in your family?
Now I get it. You also came here because you want to ask about mermaids, eh?
All right, you got me. It's true. But can you blame me? As a fantasy author, it's in my blood. If mermaids truly do exist, then I must sate my curiosity.
I knew it. Whatever your motives, you're not getting to Tamatabaku. I'm not falling for one of Ikoma's schemes.
Did you just say that Ikoma's after the Tamatabaku?
Oh, so you didn't know? Well, he is. That's exactly why I hid it somewhere. No one will ever find it.
I see. It must be very precious to you, then. Well, I'm relieved that iron box found its way to you, then.
So, was there a curse stone inside the iron box?
A curse what?
Don't play dumb. There must have been one.
Well, so you already knew about it. There was indeed a curse stone inside.
That's what I thought. Then how about a trade? You two want the Tamatabaku, don't you?
Oh, a trade? I don't think we can give that to her, can we? Oh, now we're automatically giving it to her? No, I don't want to automatically give it to her. What? I didn't think we'd be going this far out. You certainly shook me when you said we had to take a boat all of a sudden. To think that Tamatabaku would be hidden at sea. What an incredible plot twist. My apologies. I guess that's just a writer in me coming through. This is all too thrilling.
You sure can talk.
Believe it or not, I'm actually holding back. I can actually go on and on and on at great length once I get started.
That wasn't praise. There's nowhere to run on an island. No matter where you go, someone's always near. It's always too loud, grating on the ears. And the sea, though. Once you get this far out, it's nice and quiet. Nothing but the sound of the waves. No talking, no irritating folk or commotion. Only fish swimming, without a sound. And this is fine. Stop the boat.
Okay. So, will you tell me what you want to trade for the Tamatabaku now?
You've got the Forsaken Fish Curse Stone with you, right?
Sure do. Have a good look. The Forsaken Fish Curse Stone.
Looks like the real deal, all right.
You want to trade the stone for the Tamatabaku, right? I figured as much. Well, I'm fine with those terms, so let's do it.
No, that ain't it.
Oh, that ain't it?
Do you know, I once had a sister. Her name was Mari Somakawa.
You say you had a sister? What does that mean?
Yes, she's gone. Died in an accident at sea about 5 years ago.
I see. My condolences. So there actually was another descendant.
You folks seem to be pinning your hopes on me just because I'm one of the descendants. But the one who actually inherited our duty wasn't me. It was my sister.
Your duty?
That's right. The duty of the Taishima bloodline. It's been passed down in our family for generations. Even more, our generation would be the one to handle the 400th year since a disaster. My grandpa always said that was particularly important.
So there was a duty Taishima's descendants were meant to perform after 400 years.
But I was young back then, and I still had dreams of my own. I wanted no part in some annoying duty, so I ran away from home the first chance I got. I pushed all that responsibility onto my sister, but I know I should have helped her.
I see. So that's why your sister was the one who inherited that duty. And this duty you mentioned, was it to break what remains of the curse of the raging waves?
I suppose they were connected, but lifting the curse would have been a step along the road, but it wasn't the goal.
Really? And what was it?
Well, it was to return the mermaid that was left behind in Issei Bay to Ryugu. That was the real duty of the Taishima bloodline.
Return a mermaid? So it's true. There really was a mermaid stuck in Issei Bay because she couldn't return to Ryugu.
That's right. Her name was Sobei.
Oh, she's come up in her research, so she was real after all.
You see, my sister that took on the family duty, it seems like she actually met Sobei herself.
She got to meet the mermaid?
After leaving my hometown and making a living as an alma diver, I'd all but forgotten about the duty I'd left behind. I had no idea what our duty actually entailed. When I finally learned the truth, I was crushed by regret.
Regret? Why?
You know, ever since I was a little girl, I'd always been fascinated by mermaids.
Understandable.
I read The Little Mermaid so many times, the pages of the book had started to wear away. I would see them in my dreams over and over. Back then, I wanted nothing more than to become a mermaid. It's what led me to become an alma diver in the first place. But the true nature of the family duty is only revealed to the one who inherits it.
I see. What bitter irony. But couldn't you meet the mermaid after you learned the truth?
My sister took pity on me and attempted to call me to meet me once in secret. My sister Mare even shared some of the things the mermaid had told her. But you know, Sobei was a cautious mermaid who never truly opened her heart to anyone but my sister. Me, on the other hand, she avoided. I was never even allowed as much as a glimpse.
Quite the bitter outcome.
Mari and the mermaid had grown close as friends. They trusted each other. They were inseparable. But she never once showed herself to anyone other than my sister. Not even to a close relative like myself.
So she hid herself away for 400 years. Was such caution really necessary? Your sister must have been an incredible person to earn a mermaid's trust. Though I can only imagine how hard it must have been to be rejected by an existence you so deeply admired and longed to meet.
Mari moved to Kamishima to be closer to Ryugu, all for the mermaid's sake. Then one day she got married and changed her name to Mari Minakuchi. She seemed so happy.
So she got married on Kamishima.
I was so jealous I couldn't think straight and ended up lashing out pretty badly. In an attempt to destroy my sister's relationship with the mermaid, I grabbed her family heirloom and ran off.
Ah, the infamous Tamatabaku, yes?
Yes. The mermaid was supposed to take it back to Ryugu, so our family had carefully kept it for centuries. And so the years went by. Then 5 years ago, I heard that Mari had died in an accident. That's why I came back to Toba. I thought that maybe this meant the duty would be passed on to me.
Of course.
But by then, our parents and all our relatives had already passed away. There was no one left who knew about our duty. There was nothing I could do. I didn't know a thing, not where the mermaid was, nor how to call her. I had given up. But while I was digging around, that man Ikoma found out I was a descendant of Taishima. You see, I was struggling to get by. I'd sold the information my sister had told me about the mermaid. Back then, I was making a living by giving folks a glimpse of the Tamatabaku for a ridiculous price.
And that brings us to the present, I suppose. In other words, since your sister died in that accident, your family's duty was never fulfilled. And now you want us to go find the mermaid for you.
That ain't it. Damn. I guess it must have been about 3 months ago. I was wandering the coast alone when the mermaid Sobei appeared before me.
Oh, you finally got to meet her?
She told me this. The seal on Ryugu's gateway has been lifted, so I will be returning. Your sister has done a great deal for me, and I now ask you to return to Tamatabako.
Wait, what? The seal was lifted? Is that perhaps why the curse of the raging waves became active again? So what about the Tamatabako? Did you return it to the mermaid?
I was so overcome with emotion and excitement, I told her, I've hidden the relic. If you want it back, take me to Ryugu.
You said what?
Not being able to fulfill my duty had been weighing heavy on my heart. But in that moment, that pain was gone. On top of that, I figured the mermaid had come to fetch me. Being able to visit the land of the mermaids? There'd be no greater happiness than that. But Sobe simply told me it wasn't possible and that she'd forfeit the relic. And with that, she was gone.
Oh. So the mermaid has already returned to Ryugu then?
Ever since then, all I've felt is despair and regret. I'm completely empty inside. There's nothing left. My family's duty has been fulfilled. That's what I meant when I said it was all over.
She wants to use a curse on herself, doesn't she? And try to turn into a fish. But then the Tamatabaku still exists, doesn't it?
Sure does, but even with such a fancy name, in the end, it's just a grimy old box. I opened it once. I was hoping there'd be some elixir of eternal youth inside or something, but it was completely empty.
I see. Even so, I'd still like to trade for it.
Are you sure? I don't see why, but whatever. It's not like anything matters anymore. I'm just sick and tired of it all. In the end, I never did figure out what that Tamatabako really was. The mermaid forfeited it just like that, so maybe it never had any meaning to begin with. Before we discuss the trade, would you take the time to listen to my story?
Very well. I'm listening. Well, then tell me the story, lady. Damn it. So Bei has already returned to Ryugu. Even so, I will not allow myself to give up now, but I must get my hands on the Tamatabaku first. Oh, when's she telling us the story? She looks so solemn. I wonder what's going through her mind. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little concerned she still hasn't told me the conditions of our trade. Lady, I'm trying to listen to your story. Jesus. Is she telling us the story then? We're somewhere off of the coast of Toba City, accompanied only by the sound of the waves and the cries of seabirds. Did she really hide the Tamatabaku here? In a place with no landmarks whatsoever? And if it's at the bottom of the ocean here, how are we supposed to retrieve it? Miss Somikawa used to be an Ama diver. Could she be planning to go down and get it herself? I can't shake the feeling that there's something behind me. Oh. Whoa! This is one of Searchy's abilities. A Shikigami. When someone's name is written on a piece of paper, she can make that paper fly towards that person. They're great for delivering messages or tracking down someone. I was pretty spooked the first time I saw it, but I've gotten used to it. Okay, fine, I did just go whoa, but not because I was actually surprised or anything.
Is something wrong?
Oh, it's nothing. Don't mind me. I wonder if something happened to Searchy. I better read the note. Ine of Barnum. Let's take a look.
Ran into 2 suspicious people looking for Miss Somikawa. Drove them off for now, but be careful.
Seems like something happened on Searchy's end. I better stay alert just in case, but I don't think I'll mention this to Miss Somikawa. It'd only shake her up. So, what do you want in return?
I want to do whatever it takes to become a mermaid.
Miss Somikawa, don't tell me. You want me to use the curse stone?
Simply returning to the sea. That's my only wish.
Now listen, there is nothing even remotely beautiful about the curse of the Forsaken Fish. All it will do is turn you into some twisted half-fish monster. Nothing but a grotesque imitation of a mermaid.
I know. That's fine with me. The curse is the essence of that mermaid's power. I'm ready to offer up my life to her.
But
whatever you do, I'll just be drowning myself anyway. So you won't be dirtying your hands. All you have to do is use the curse. My wish will be granted, and you would be doing me a kindness. That's all there is to it.
Just hold on a minute, okay? This is just...
The Tama tobacco is hidden beneath the floorboards of my house. Please do this for me.
Miss Somikawa, wait! She's already gone. Will she come back up if I just wait long enough? Damn it, what now? What do I do? Should I grant her last wish? It's surely no worse than helplessly standing about as she drowns herself. Right, she was serious about this. She's been dreaming about mermaids ever since she was little. I know exactly how that feels. It may be a curse, but still, I will honor her wishes by unleashing the mermaid's power. That's how she wanted to go. I might be the only one who actually understands Miss Somikawa's feelings. Should we save? I don't know if it matters if we do this or not. Let's overwrite this and let's see. If I don't act now, it'd be like denying her final hope and dream. Ah! I mean, we die if we do this. Does that turn us into a fish? Complete all characters' profiles. Okay. Amidst this despair, the curse of the forsaken fish that appeared before her seemed to be a final chance to have her wish granted. Driven by regret over what she perceived as a life of wrong choices and consumed by her obsession, she threw herself into Issei Bay and surrendered herself to the curse, ultimately dying due to its effects. Her form, writhing in the agony brought on by her sudden transformation, bore no resemblance to the mermaid she had once so admired as a child. Yet it is said that the expression on her face when her body was discovered a day later in Futamigaura seemed somehow content. Yo, no worries, no worries. How is school going, though? Is it going well? After that, what if we don't use it? We managed to quietly retrieve the Tamatobako from beneath the floor in Miss Somikawa's house. All that was left to secure the dream of immortality was to obtain mermaid flesh. Since Sobei had already returned to Ryugu, we placed our hopes on the last remaining mermaid, Nagame. But we had to act fast. Otherwise, Ikoma or even those Paranormal Affairs Bureau psychics would get in our way. I might have been the after effects of using the curse, but I got sick the next day and had to spend a full day bedridden at the inn. How pathetic. That's when I heard news that 2 female divers had gone missing near Toba. The fact that I'd been involved in both incidents made me feel even worse. When Searchy heard the news, she just mumbled something with an unreadable expression on her face. I had no choice. There was simply no other way. Or at least, that's what I kept telling myself as I struggled to get out of bed. The next day, August 7th, we set out to gather more information on Nagame and the other mermaids. We traveled to Kamishima, the island where Mari Somikawa, or rather Mari Minakuchi, used to live.
I wonder if we can do something different. Just out of curiosity. Like what happens if we don't do that? Really curious. Let's see. I'm glad school is going well. Is it like exams coming up too? What is this? What the fuck? What is this? Should I click it? It's probably a bad ending. Or something. I still have that message you left me, you know. Wait, you do? But it must have dried up ages ago. The thoughts I wove into it should have faded too. Surely you can't hear the message anymore. Yep, I can't hear a word. But it doesn't matter. It's an important memento and a part of you as well. That's enough for me to treasure it. Oh, come on. You're going to make me blush. I was really happy when you shared this with me all that time ago. Well, you know, I can't just show myself in front of anyone, can I? Oh, you know what? I think it's the mermaid and Mare. That's who I think this is. Ah, memories. Is there really no way to hear the message again after it's dried up? If you found a way to return it to the environment of the eternal world, it would be restored to its original state. You might be able to hear it then. Oh, you can do that? Using the Tamatabaku would probably do it. Oh, but I don't think a normal human would be able to hear the message anymore. Sorry. I guess it's impossible after all. Oh, that's too bad. But if you were a spirit, you might be able to hear it by retracing the echo it left in your mind. Wait, wouldn't I have to be dead for that? That's a no-go then. These memories, could they have belonged to a mermaid? What the hell? Is there more? Or is this the same one? Is this the same one? Or is this a new one? Oh, it's the same one. Okay. Alright, this is the same one still. What the curse did to the lady, it turns her into a fish. But, so it's a transformation into a fish, but it kills them before the transformation's complete. And now we got some weird, I don't know, bad ending or something? I don't know what this is. So I guess we need the Tamatabaco really badly. And then we have to put something in the Tamatabaco, but what do we have to put in the Tamatabaco? Memories that belong to a mermaid. So what I was going to do was... Let me save after we've watched this. I guess that's relevant too. So I guess we'll save somewhere. We'll save here, this works. And then I guess we'll load here. And then what happens if we refuse? If I don't act now, it'd be like denying her final hope and dream. Maybe a curse, but still. What if we just don't do it? I don't think we have a choice. I think we're forced to do it. She's nowhere to be seen. Of course, she's an Alma diver after all. Is it too late to call for help? Would she even accept it? I don't think I have any other option. I think I have to do it. Okay. Yeah, that's what I wanted to know. I wanted to know if you have to do it, but you do apparently have to do it. So that kind of sucks. I have no choice. Okay. We have the one last chapter left. What the hell? Did this thing just freeze? Hello? What the fucky? Like the game just froze. You see that? Is it like borked? I don't think it's supposed to do this. And the game is borked. See it? Oh, it's a good thing I saved. I'm pretty sure the game's not working anymore. Okay, well, I made the game crash. That's interesting. I guess I'll restart. Well, it's a good thing we just saved. Yeah, I did! Somehow I broke it. I don't know how. Yeah, I should probably go soon anyway. I was trying to get to a different ending, but it's been like 5 hours of me trying to get a different ending now. It's quite a while. Okay, well, I'll unfroze the game. Avi and Suichi finally arrive on Kamishima on the hunt for clues that will lead them to a real mermaid. Yeah, she does poorly on Kamishima, doesn't she? Finally, after a long, arduous journey, we've arrived at the fabled island of Kamishima. Hey, are you alright? You don't look so good.
You mean you're completely fine? The whole area is literally oozing cursed energy. I didn't think it was so bad before. Is it getting stronger?
Can't you dispel curses?
Minor ones, sure, but this one's on a whole other level.
I see. It might be best we don't stay here too long, then. Let's just ask around as much as we can, and when you feel like you've reached your limit, make sure you tell me, okay?
Got it. I'll do my best.
Alright, let's start by asking the locals about mermaid legends first. I'd like to ask around to see if anybody knew Mari Minakuchi as well. That's the plan. Let's move. Wait, that's it? Oh. Okay. We got a new, Yuza, Vision of the Future. Yuza heads out with Azami to go diving before he suddenly mentions something he must do. Before returning to the island, the pair go to a certain location at sea. So, what's this important thing you gotta do, Yuza? Sounds like it must be a pretty big deal. It is. I just hope you'll believe me, okay? Listen, and don't fly off the handle. Please forgive the interruption. I have an important announcement to make. The moment you've been waiting for has arrived, and everything is ready for you to proceed. On August 7th, upon returning to Kamishima after his dive, Yuza Minakuchi embarks on the fight of a lifetime. For unbeknownst to him, at this precise moment in time, a slew of predicaments would await him everywhere he turned. As for this really important thing he has to do, that is of course preventing the tragedy of Kamishima from coming to pass. The advent of the 400-year-old curse of the raging waves draws nearer Kamishima with every passing moment. Even so, do try to remember that Yuza's true aims are to locate a mermaid and uncover the truth about his mother. Will Yuza Minakuchi succeed in overcoming these challenges and fulfilling his objective, you ask? That is entirely up to you, and the actions you choose to take from this moment forth. This concludes my announcement, and I wish you good fortune. Okay, so it looks like we've made it up to a different ending branch. I think I'm just gonna save the game here and continue it some other time. But thanks for being here. Appreciate you guys.